Alrighty, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy Nate. We are currently live right now at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and we are here to get the information out for what just happened. My goodness, I can hear myself. I mean, you guys can't hear myself, but I can hear myself. Yeah, we are trying to get the information out, the latest information on Hurricane Henri and how it continues to approach the New England vicinity as well as Long Island. So if you guys would do me a huge favor, please be sure to share this live stream with friends and family on social media like Facebook and Twitter to try and get the information out as much as possible here, because this is a potential life-threatening situation that will most likely be ongoing all the way through until Monday morning. It's going to be a very consistent event as it continues to move on through further to the north. If we take a look at the giant wide view of the Atlantic, I actually don't have my Epic pen up because it's kind of glitched at the moment, so that's kind of an unfortunate thing here. We're going to have to just unfortunately make do, unless if I can somehow go to my task manager and somehow fix it. But I don't think that's going to be... Actually, I think it could be the case here. I got an idea. And it is the case. Alright, I fixed it. I fixed it. And now we have our pen tool. Very good. So right here is Hurricane Henri. And the thing of it is as this continues to move off further and further to the north, this is going to be encountering some weird conditions for the most part. But you can see across the board, this is the only tropical system that really is something to watch out for. We have the remnants of Grace as it continues to move off through Mexico, and that will most likely reform into a tropical system once it gets into the Pacific. We also have a couple tropical waves that are moving on through here in just off of the Cape Verde Islands, and so we really have to watch out for that, as the potential for development could be possible over the next couple of weeks as it heads into the Caribbean, and that could potentially create a tropical system that either goes into the Gulf of Mexico or goes along the coast of the United States. But the main threat here is Henri, and if we take a look at the satellite imagery, before it didn't really have a whole lot of thunderstorm activity, but now it is actually re-intensified due to the fact that it has been over those warm waters. A lot of unstable energy that's right around the surface of these ocean waters, and there has been some huge amounts of thunderstorm activity that has been developing on the southeastern quadrant. And actually, if we go over to the aircraft reconnaissance data, they have actually found hurricane force winds within that quadrant on both flight level and on the surface, with that flight level being in upwards of 85 miles per hour, and the surface being at around 75, which would be around a low-end Category 1 hurricane. But this has been continuing to trend further north, and it has been continuing to intensify as it continues to move off to the north. If we take a look at the cone of uncertainty, nothing really has changed too much besides a sudden shift a little bit to the east. So areas near New York City may not be impacted as much as some other people thought. And it is also anticipated to be a tropical storm upon approach. However, hurricane warnings have been issued in areas along the highlighter of red due to the fact that some damaging wind gusts could be in upwards of hurricane force, which could topple trees and power lines, causing widespread power outages as a potential, as well as some storm surge and flooding amounts that could be detrimental to some of these areas. Now, the thing of it is here is that a lot of other people on YouTube, and I won't mention any names, but they've been showing a lot of models that have been showing this to become a very strong hurricane as it approaches New England. And the thing of it is with those models is that if you ever see someone use the NAM 3 kilometer on a video, that you should immediately discredit it in all senses of the word. Most likely for intensity. For track is probably fine in some instances, but intensities, it is very, very, very poor, especially since the model is actually only used for severe weather. And I will say it again, it is only used only used for severe weather. It's not used for tropical weather. It's not used for tropical storms or hurricanes or typhoons or whatever. It's used for severe weather. And that is the reason why it shows up as a major hurricane as it does when it approaches the coast of New England. But in this case, with some of these other models that are actually supposed to be used for tropical weather, it actually shows it approach as a potential low-end hurricane to a high-end tropical storm. However, the differentiation between a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane and a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm is not that great. It's actually a lot closer than a lot of people think, and it is very much so the case that the conditions are most likely going to be about the same as it continues to approach areas of New England and Long Island. So the big thing here is that tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings have been issued across portions of Long Island into coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. You also have tropical storm warnings that extend further east and west of that. The big concern here is most likely going to be storm surge as it continues to move on through. Just for everyone to know that in the stream, I will be live streaming tomorrow morning. I will be getting up relatively early, probably at about 7 o'clock, and creating a live stream right around that area. I'm going to probably go ahead and schedule the live stream ahead of time right after this stream. So if you guys continue to pay attention to that, or I actually might create the live stream at the end of this live stream while I'm continuing to talk to you all and answer questions. And so what we'll be having is we'll be having a bunch of webcams that'll show you guys the current conditions of some of these areas impacted. We actually have a couple of cameras that most likely will be hit by the center area of low pressure of this system. So basically the eye, if you will, of this tropical system. We also have a person who's going to be impacted by this, and we'll be frequently seeing camera footage of stuff that he's going to be impacted. He's a bit closer to New York City, but we still have footage over there. We also have 3D satellite imagery, radar analysis, as well as recon data from the hurricane hunters. So we'll be getting all sorts of information out for you all as this gets closer and closer. Now, the thing of it is with this, as this continues to propagate further northward, the main issue will be the flooding. It will not be as much of a wind threat. It still will be a wind threat that'll cause damage to trees and power lines and a consistent wind threat. But the thing that I'm more concerned about is the storm surge and the flooding. And just by looking at the total precipitable rainfall expected from the Weather Prediction Center, you can see right here a lot of these dark greens, these yellows, and these oranges. The dark greens are 2 to 4 inches of total rainfall, 4 to 6 inches of total rainfalls in yellow, and then 6 to 10 inches is expected within some of that orange area. I would not be surprised within localized areas that they could potentially see even higher amounts than they are actually anticipated. And that's typically the case for most tropical systems as they do make landfall, due to the fact that you could have some outer bands that sit over an area for an extended period of time. So it basically comes down to unfortunate circumstance and luck as to where that outer band actually does reside as it continues to move on through. Now, if we take a look at the flash flood risk that is expected throughout most of the area, a big thing here is that they have actually expanded the flash flooding risk throughout much of the general vicinity. And that is a huge concern here for most of these areas, especially since it does include areas like Philadelphia, like New York City, like Hartford, like Albany. And especially since New York City has a lot of underground subway systems, a lot of that water can leak in and cause some very detrimental flooding to some of those areas. And costs could be in upwards of the millions within some of these areas. The other thing here, too, is that I did talk about how storm surge is most likely going to be detrimental. And within some of these areas here, you can expect 3 to 5 feet of storm surge from the Nantucket Sound all the way through along the coastal areas of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut, all the way down into the Long Island Sound. And I'm actually a lot more concerned about the Long Island Sound more than anything, due to the fact that it is a very consolidated area of water. And if you can imagine a tropical system and how it spins counterclockwise, a lot of the wind is going to be trapped right within that area of the Long Island Sound and push a lot more water further and further westward, and that could potentially impact areas near New York City and create your localized flooding. So this is going to be a very concerning threat as this continues to propagate further northward and make landfall. So here's the key messages from Hurricane Henri. Dangerous storm surge inundation is expected to begin late tonight or Sunday in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and southeastern Massachusetts, where a storm surge warning has been issued. Residents in these areas should follow any advice given by local officials. Hurricane conditions are expected to begin late tonight or Sunday in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, where a hurricane warning is in effect. Tropical storm conditions will begin in these areas tonight. So that goes to show you as to how as the continuous tropical system moves further northward, the winds will continue to intensify further and further as you get closer and closer to the area of low pressure. Heavy rainfall may lead to considerable flash, urban, and small stream flooding, along with the potential for widespread minor to isolated moderate river flooding over portions of Long Island, New England, eastern New York, and New Jersey. Swells from Henri will continue to affect much of the east coast of the United States during the next day or two. These swells could cause life-threatening surf and rip currents, so it's all the more reason that if you are along the beach for visiting vacation and stuff like that, you probably shouldn't be out into the surf and probably should stay away from it as much as possible. You guys could go on the beach as much as you want, but as long as you guys stay away from the water, it probably would be the best case scenario for you all. So let's take a look at the simulated reflectivity here from the HWRF model. And the thing with the HWRF model is it's very good with track and intensity within a 24-hour period. And actually, that seemed to have been the case with Grace as it approached closer and closer to Mexico. It's just we didn't really pay attention too much to it due to the fact that that seemed to have been the case for the most part on a consistent basis. But if we take a look at it and how it continues to move on through off to the north, it is expected to intensify further and further as it gets closer and closer to Long Island. And you can see these very strong outer bands that continue to form from the system, trying to congeal almost right into the center area of low pressure. And this will pose a huge threat for the most part to anywhere that actually gets impacted by this. So if we get closer and closer to this, even though it does weaken a little bit, you can see this massive area of rain that this thing ends up creating. And what I was talking about here with the storm surge is, as I said, if you can imagine how a tropical system rotates counterclockwise and creates those winds, there's going to be a lot of wind that's going to be pushing into the Long Island Sound and creating some probably detrimental storm surge within some of these areas, possibly even higher than what the National Hurricane Center is actually anticipating. But the big thing here is going to be these outer bands as well, and the approach to areas here in New England, as this could potentially create a tornado risk here within some of these areas. As a matter of fact, if I pull it up here real quickly, there actually is a area to watch here within the Northeast with a 2% chance for tornadoes. So it's going to be really interesting to see as to how that continues to propagate further northward and whether or not that'll create a widespread tornado risk. So as this continues to move on further towards the north, if this track does end up going a bit further to the west, then we could be expecting landfall by around 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time along Long Island. However, according to the HWRF model, this has trended a bit further eastward and has eventually started to move its way a bit closer towards Rhode Island and Massachusetts, and that is anticipating landfall at around 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So it's going to be really interesting to watch as to how far east or west as this continues to move off towards the north and where the exact portions of landfall will actually be. If we take a look at the wind field here, and I'll back it up just a little bit to show you all as to what the wind field actually looks like. You can see right within here, these reds indicate some 50 to 60 knot winds, which would be about 70 to 75 miles per hour within some of these areas. And as it continues to move off further to the north, you can see some of those pinks start to come along in, and that indicates 65 knot winds at the surface, or hurricane force winds within some of these areas. Keep in mind, this is not wind gusts, so wind gusts could potentially be 10 to 15 miles per hour higher within some localized areas. As this continues to move further and further to the north, it does lose a little bit of its hurricane strength, although it sits at around that particular strength at about 64 knots, and it'll continue to stay like that as it continues to move off to the north. However, the one thing is that if it does move a bit further to the east, it will actually be a little bit weaker in regards to the wind speed upon landfall. But if it does actually move a bit further to the west, then that's where you could potentially be talking about some very strong landfalling conditions within some of these areas. Then it'll continue to meander through, most likely within that general vicinity of New England for an extended period of time, most likely for 24 to 48 hours, and potentially posing a widespread flooding risk within some of these areas. And then it'll move off eventually into Nova Scotia and back out into the ocean of the Atlantic. So, excuse me. It'll really be, as I said, a big contributor as to how this thing continues to approach further and further to New England. Now, one thing that I do want to show you all as this continues to get closer and closer is the reason why it actually is tracking towards New England. And I'm going to show you the upper levels of the atmosphere and the wind shear with this. We're going to take a look at the 250 millibar wind shear, which is relatively high in the atmosphere. And if you can see right here, it's going to be a little harder to see, but right there is Henri projected by around midnight tonight. But you also have another tropical, well, not another tropical system, but you also have another low right here. It's actually an upper level low that actually sits itself right over Virginia. And what happens when low pressures tend to get a little bit closer to each other is they tend to try and rotate into each other in a counterclockwise fashion. And so that's the reason why instead of Henri actually moving off the coast, it actually curls a bit further inland and poses a threat that way. However, if there was not a low pressure system here, which that's not going to be the case, the system would most likely end up heading off further out to sea and possibly grazing portions of Cape Cod. But as I said, that's not the case because of that low pressure system that is sitting right over the mid-Atlantic. So that's the reason why there will be impacts within some of these areas. So now I do want to real quickly take a look at some of the storm surge inundation interactive map. And a couple things here that I noticed just by looking at it earlier is that if we actually go over to LaGuardia International Airport, you can actually see right here that a portion of the main runway and the actual terminal gets surrounded by a potential strong storm surge. Just for a reference as to what the colors actually mean, the blue area indicates greater than 1 foot above ground level storm surge. The yellow indicates greater than 3 foot above ground storm surge. And then the orange indicates greater than 6 feet above ground storm surge. And because there are some localized areas of red within some of this, that would indicate greater than 9 feet above ground storm surge within some areas as well. But the big thing here is that portions of LaGuardia will most likely be underwater within some of these areas. And whether or not that'll cause some big damage within here too is really going to be something that we got to watch out for. Now, if we take a look a bit further and further along the Long Island Sound, you can see that this area actually has a great portion of storm surge that is expected within some of these areas. And it's really going to be something that we have to watch out for, especially since most of this area is quite populated. And even if you go up towards Stamford, you can see some localized areas actually get into some of the storm surge within some of the risk. I'll actually change my Epic Pen to better distinguish as to what I'm pointing to. And then if we continue to move further and further eastward, you can see the conditions actually get a bit worse for both the northern shore of Long Island as well as the southern shore near Bridgeport. Take a look at this here, guys. You have some very strong amounts of storm surge that is anticipated here near the metropolitan area of Bridgeport. And this is going to be very concerning as well, especially since there will most likely be localized flooding within some of these areas. And then as this continues to move on through further and further to the east, look at this. Very much so widespread as this continues to move about. A lot of people might be asking as to what's going to be happening along the southern shore of Long Island. And of course, as you get closer and closer towards the center area of low pressure, you will begin to see those conditions of storm surge be higher and higher. As this continues to move on further and further to the east, you can see it becomes practically all yellow in some of these instances along the beach near Montauk. But the good news is that the elevation within some of these areas are actually decently high. And so they most likely will not seep further and further inland, but you could see some areas that are very close towards the barrier islands here most likely get into the action. And even some areas that are a bit further out from the barrier islands that will continue to surge on further and further inland into these general bay areas. So I would highly recommend that if you are on Long Island, that you go further and further inland and stay away from most of the areas along the beach. Now, I have seen on Twitter that the governor of Connecticut, I can't remember his name at the moment because I'm not exactly well equipped with knowledge on governors in the United States, but he has issued a voluntary evacuation for the people who may want to evacuate now. They've designated some areas to where you can actually evacuate to. And so if you guys do want to evacuate ahead of time, they have created an area to which you can do so. Of course, it's not mandatory evacuations, which is a bit more serious within tropical weather, but still one of those things where if you do need to heed those warnings, feel free to do so. Now, the thing of it is here is that if we go over towards Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, the opposite actually shows here for the most part. And there's not expected to be a whole lot of storm surge within some of these areas. And that's mainly because most of the areas that will get storm surge is actually inhabited for the most part. A lot of sea life, a lot of marshland for the most part within some of those areas. And so if we go back to that general vicinity, you can see a lot of this grayness within some of these areas actually indicate that. And so that's kind of the good news here for the most part, that areas near Cape Cod, near the Nantucket Sound, most likely will not be impacted very severely, but it's still something to watch out for. And another thing that I want to mention too is that some areas in Boston could potentially see some very strong storm surge as well. And the thing of it is that with most people who may not know, in Boston, there's actually a lot of roads that are underground as well. They have their subway systems over there too, or transit systems more or less. Can't remember exactly what they call them, but they have their transit systems underground, and then they also have a lot of interstates underground that go throughout the harbor. And so if storm surge does play a factor here, which it most likely could, you could potentially be talking about some of those areas becoming flooded as well. And that'll pose a significant risk for areas here in New England as well, especially for a metropolitan area as busy as Boston. Curtis Bowes with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. I really do appreciate it. As I said, I will be live streaming early tomorrow morning, as Henri will approach New England and Long Island. So if you guys do want to watch the landfall of this system, we'll be having all sorts of coverage, like beach cameras, like a person who's on the ground near New York, as well as radar analysis, satellite analysis, 3D satellite analysis, which I'm about to get to here for you all, as well as many more things that we'll have for you all. Then please feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications. The big thing there is to turn on notifications so that you guys may stay up to date with when I go live. Another thing as well too is that we have to, at this point, share the information as much as possible. So as much as I would love for you all to share this live stream or share my past videos, any way that you guys can get information out is probably the best in this instance. So we're really really banking on people to be as safe as possible, and I hope that they become as safe as possible as this thing continues to move further and further northward. I honestly hope that this thing weakens further and further as it gets closer and closer. So let's go ahead and take a look at that satellite imagery here, and I'm gonna see if I can pull up the track here for the most part, and the data for the most part. And here it is. Here's the satellite imagery here indicated from infrared satellite. You can see that it has had a lot of showers and thunderstorm activity yesterday, but then it kind of depleted a little bit before it started to really start to pick up again. And you can see that with this giant mass of convection that starts to form on the southern end of the eye. If we take a look at the 3D imagery here, you can see it gives a better demographic as to how high these cloud tops actually are. And it's the same thing here. The colors, the darker the colors, the higher the showers and thunderstorms actually are in the atmosphere. And so this is really one of those things to where this is a good indication of what this thing actually is doing for the most part. And the cool thing about it is that we actually saw an eye of another hurricane that pushed on through near Mexico just 24 hours prior. So this is a very good way for taking a look at satellite imagery and being able to interact with it. But the big thing here that we can see for the most part is, as I said, that big swirling mass of convection that was ongoing yesterday. Then it decided to weaken a little bit before it decided to get some more thunderstorm activity closer and closer to the center area of low pressure. And that's the big thing there as to whether or not it can get more and more of that as it continues to move further north. Let's take a look at reconnaissance data again and see if they found anything. They do have actually another mission that's heading off into Henri here. And so we probably won't be able to cover it in this live stream, but they will be consistently sending aircraft more and more into the system. I'm actually curious as to where this is taking off from, because I don't recall as to where this actually is at. And so I'm going to refresh my page here, and I still have no clue as to where this aircraft is taking off from, because this is definitely not Florida, I can tell you that much. It doesn't look like Florida, at least. But anyways, let's take a look back at Henri here and the conditions from the hurricane hunters. And I also saw one thing too here as well, is that there was this video yesterday that showed that there was a huge explosion inside the center on Henri, and they were claiming that it was not natural. I can't remember the name of the dude who made it, and I'm probably not going to say it either, but he was claiming that the Air Force or the weather is being manipulated by the people who were flying the planes into it. And the only thing that I have to combat that really is that there's also other hurricanes that have actually done the exact same thing, if not become even more intense, without aircraft even flying into it. So it just goes to show that you really need to pay attention to the information that you receive. I'm not exactly saying that, you know, I'm the best in the world or anything, but you need to really pay attention to the local National Weather Service offices and the National Hurricane Center for the best information, and not people who bring up conspiracy theories. People are telling me Nashville, and yeah, there's a lot of flash flooding over there, and I heard there was actually a couple tornadoes off into that general vicinity, but really interesting as that continues to move off through. And I'll take a look at that a bit more as that continues to, I won't look at it as much. I'll have that load a bit, but probably not a whole lot. So now let's take a look at the water vapor imagery here on satellite. And there's a couple things that I want to point out here. First off, you can see how large Henri actually is as this continues to move off further and further to the north. The current track here is actually a bit further to the north and east as you can see it getting pushed off into that general direction. But you can see this massive band here of showers and thunderstorms from it, and that shows you how large the actual span of the system is as this continues to move further off to the north. But another thing here that you can see here as well is you can see a lot of these clouds here in the Carolinas and just off the coast of the Carolinas into the mid-Atlantic create this general wind pattern that go from the west, curls down south, and then eventually moves off a bit further to the north. And what this is this is actually an upper level trough that is creating a lot of wind shear here within this general vicinity, as well as a low pressure system sitting right within the trough. That's typically what troughs continue to bring. They bring a lot of low pressure systems within that general vicinity. And so the verification that I was talking about with why the track of Henri will eventually shift and move northeast, from the northeast to the north and west, is that because of this low pressure system, it will want to try and spin around it and do a bit of the tango, more or less. And that's the reason why this is eventually going to head off towards most likely either Long Island or New England. But it all depends upon where this low pressure system is as it continues to move off further and closer towards Henri. Now, if some questions of the storm is, will this continue to intensify as this gets closer and closer? And the answer is yes and no, mainly because if we go back to the actual cone of uncertainty here from the National Hurricane Center, you can see that it does intensify further into a hurricane. According to this, they actually think it'll intensify further into an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane, which is becoming increasingly more and more likely as this continues to go on to later on this evening. But then they have this continuing to weaken right afterwards by around 2 p.m. Sunday, and that's expected to be right around the landfall time of the system, if not by around 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And so where this makes landfall, we'll really have to determine as to what types of impacts are expected within some of these areas. But the big concern here is going to be the rainfall rate and the flooding within this general vicinity. Let's take a look now at the HMON model. I haven't taken a look at this yet, but I'm very curious as to where this actually takes the track of Henri. And according to the HMON, this actually takes it just to the east of Long Island here. I can't remember this island right here, but I have a camera for it. I actually did research last night to try and find out where my beach cameras actually were going to be going into tomorrow morning's live stream. And so it's really going to be interesting as to how this continues to progress further and further to the north. And as I said, I'm going to be doing a lot tomorrow. All right. I'm going to be having a live stream that most likely will go practically throughout the entire day. So it's all more or less about what is going to happen, how this continues to progress, and what type of impacts we are going to expect within some of these areas. The one thing I will know for sure is that that island that I failed to remember and areas near Montauk will most likely be the heavily hit areas of this general area. And we do have 2 cameras within this general vicinity. We have one on that island, and then we have one right near East Hampton Beach, which is just to the west of Montauk. So we're going to have a lot of activity there within that general area on those cameras. People are still telling me Nashville. And yeah, there's a lot of flooding here. There's been a lot of flooding within some of these areas. A lot of showers and thunderstorms that will continue to move on through with some areas of potential tornadic rotation. Not exactly too much, though, even though there has been 1 or 2 tornadoes that have actually formed already today. But still not too much. So yeah, that's the big thing there, is that where this makes landfall and how strong it is does make a difference. It really does. I'm going to go to the HWRF parent here, and I'm going to take a look at another perspective here. And it seems the general consensus for the models is going to be a bit further to the east of Long Island, most likely over here near New Shoreham. And that's actually where the camera is, right there in New Shoreham. As I said, I cannot remember the island but that is most likely where the landfall is going to be, as most of these models take it, if I bring my pen tool out here, somewhere within this general vicinity. It'll most likely stay relatively far off to the west of Martha's Vineyard, and it will stay most likely a little bit to the east of the main area of Long Island, particularly near East Hampton. And so it'll just be right within that area as to where we're going to have to watch out for. Now, just for scouting purposes as to what we could potentially expect from radar, I'm actually going to show you all what the radar actually looks like within some of those areas. And the cool thing about this as well is that we actually do have a radar right along the island, right on Long Island, as well as a radar in southern portions of Massachusetts. So we're going to be having all sorts of radar data coming in from the system, as well as a buoy that's going to be right off the coast as well. And so that'll be providing more and more information for us as this continues to get closer and closer. As I said, we also do have recon that's going to be heading into this system. And actually, what I do want to do here real quickly is I'm going to put up the satellite imagery as well of this system as this moves further and further. And I'm going to take a look at GOES. We're probably going to do, is it mesoscale 1 that does it? It probably is. And if that's the case, then we'll be able to see where the hurricane hunters actually are going over. And it's not mesoscale 1. That's the surprising thing. It'll have to be mesoscale 2 then. Doesn't really make too much of a difference as to which one it is. It still updates every minute. And here it is. So there we go. We have the satellite imagery on top of where the hurricane hunters actually are going. And I mean, look at this, guys. This thing is a bona fide tropical system that will continue to move on through. They actually have made a drop zone right within that area of the bursting convection. And that is pretty concerning. The first thing that I see at 925 millibars is 92 miles per hour or 80 knots. And that is very strong. This is 100% a hurricane. And in my opinion, probably is an 80 mile per hour hurricane as this continues to move off further and further to the north because of that drop zone. That is a very concerning drop zone that I just saw. That is, yeah, that is a huge turn of events. There's a huge turn of events of that drop zone that they found. Let's actually take a look at the recon data and see where exactly this all, what exactly they found there. So that would be probably right there. Can't find the drop zone of where they put it at. So it's probably in 5. I can't find the drop zone here. Oh, there it is. Found the drop zone. So at the surface, there you go. So this is what's been found. At the surface here, they found winds of 64 knots, which is about hurricane force strength, about 75 miles per hour. But then in the upper levels of the atmosphere, right around 925 millibars, they found very strong winds of 90 miles per hour. And that, if that translates down to the ground, we could be talking about a system that could really intensify as this gets closer and closer. And even then, we probably will be talking, we probably could be talking about this thing intensifying a little bit more as it gets closer and closer to the coast. So that is pretty concerning in that own sense of the word as well. Now, of course, that could definitely be a wind gust within that area. It could easily be a wind gust within that area. But at the same time, this is, if that isn't a wind gust and that convection does wrap around the center area of low pressure, we are really in some deep trouble. And there's actually more showers and thunderstorms that are beginning to develop right within the area too. So there is a lot of energy that is being distributed right at the center area of low pressure, right where those warm, unstable waters are in that general vicinity. Now it's going to have a pretty interesting time frame here because right now this is the center area of low pressure, and the cooler waters are right about here. That's where the water starts to drop off and it becomes relatively cool, and so more thunderstorms won't actually be able to develop. So within this time period of right now until later on this evening, we will then see for certain as to what these impacts potentially could be and how strong this could be prior to it moving off towards those cold waters. If it does intensify a little bit more than the National Hurricane Center actually thinks, then we will most likely see bigger impacts here within areas of Long Island and New England. And as I said, the huge threat here is going to be the flooding. There most likely will be widespread power outages and trees down because of the winds, but big flooding risk is expected within these areas, especially since you have a lot of rain that is forecasted along areas of Long Island, of Connecticut, potentially even of Rhode Island as well. And so with the rain that is expected to fall, potentially 4 to 10 inches, maybe even up to a foot in some spots of total rainfall within localized areas, and the storm surge expected within much of the warned area, with storm surge expected to be 2 to 5 feet, maybe even higher than 5 feet in some spots along the Long Island Sound. It is going to be really tough and really intense as this continues to move on further towards the north. I do believe that this will most likely head over land. I do think that it will make a landfall sometime in between noon tomorrow and at least 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow. And I know that's a pretty large gap, a large time frame, but it just really depends upon how much this does speed up as this gets closer and closer, and how much this does slow down. And so it's just, and I know I said a contradicting statement there as to speed up, slow down. Well, isn't that the complete opposite? And you're right. However, as I said, it all depends upon that low pressure system that's right next to the system. If this thing does end up getting closer and closer to Henri, this could significantly slow down here and stall out a lot sooner than people actually think. And it'll potentially stay over here with a lot of rain and cause some very significant flash flooding within some of the area. However, this low pressure does stay a little bit further away. The system potentially could speed up a little bit more and actually hit within the areas of Long Island and New England a lot earlier than anticipated, and then stall out most likely over the Adirondacks and then move off to the Atlantic and Canada that way. But it all depends upon this low pressure system right next to it as to where this thing will go and how fast it will actually move. So if you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, because we will be live streaming tomorrow. We will be live streaming the landfall and providing all the latest information. We'll be showing the flooding from storm surge, localized rain. We'll have live beach cameras set up to where the tropical system most likely will be making landfall, whether it is along Long Island, whether or not it is near Rhode Island or Massachusetts or Connecticut. We'll be having all sorts of information there for you, as well as satellite imagery, recon analysis from the hurricane hunters, as well as radar analysis here, because we do have a couple of radars, one being on Long Island itself and the other being in Massachusetts. So we're going to have all sorts of information for you all. If you guys do, please stay tuned to the live stream tomorrow. We will be live streaming most likely all day tomorrow from Sunday morning all the way into the evening. So please stay tuned with that. I am really curious as to this band here of thunderstorms right near the center area of low pressure, because that is very concerning, especially if they found damaging wind gusts in upwards of 90 miles per hour, just a little bit below flight level. That is, if that thing can translate to the ground, this thing could potentially intensify a lot quicker, and we could be talking about a lot more serious impacts there. It looks like the aircraft reconnaissance team has actually made a U-turn, and they're going to go right through that same exact area that they found hurricane force winds, which is very good in the sense. this is very good for our data here, because they actually have realized that that's pretty serious amounts of wind, and they also have realized that there's more and more thunderstorms that are beginning to develop on the southern and southeastern portions of this storm. So this is going to be something to watch for as it gets down to the wire, and we will actually be watching as this thing makes another pass. So I will probably continue to live stream until after this pass that continues to move on through. Let us see. Yeah, this is pretty concerning here. This is really concerning. Hurricane Hugo in '89 had no electricity for 3 weeks until Ohio, New York, New England sent us crews to help. And the thing of it is too here, guys, is that the reason why the live stream tomorrow may be extremely crucial to some of these people is that if power does go out, most likely the Wi-Fi services do as well. And so I would highly recommend getting batteries and all sorts of stuff, probably charging your charging ports. If you have charging ports, go ahead and charge them already. Get extra water within some of these areas. But if power does go out, then your Wi-Fi most likely will do so as well, and you'll be stuck on service for the most part on your phone, which most likely could drain batteries. However, if that Wi-Fi does go out, you guys can't look on your TVs for the information, and people will most likely go onto YouTube for it. And that's exactly why I'm going to be live streaming here. So I'm going to be trying to provide as much information as much as possible. So now I'm going to be answering questions. Now I'm going to be answering questions that people might actually have. I haven't been actually looking at chat a whole lot, but now I'm going to do so. Vivian Lund with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. It's very generous of you to support my channel. Very generous of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate everyone for help funding my channel and supporting it so that I may be able to continue to do this. Because I wouldn't be able to do this without you all. So now it's just a reaction game at this point. We're just going to try and figure out as to where these guys are actually going to be heading off to. I'm really curious as to where this actually is at. I'm actually really curious as to where they actually are going off from. Will Worcester, Massachusetts be impacted? You have family there? Most likely by the residual rainfall from Henri as it moves overland. So it'll probably be from Sunday evening to Monday evening as to when your biggest threat is going to be for flash flooding. Let's go on to Google Maps and see where this recon is taking off from, because I am really curious. And this is taking off from... This is Charleston, so they're actually going to be a little bit closer to the system as this continues to move on through. I'm very surprised that they are not asking the Navy here that is stationed in Norfolk if they can or cannot actually make passes from there. Because I would think that that would be a lot closer. Or at least I would think. But wow. Let's continue to take a look at the satellite imagery again. And it looks like they've updated, kind of. I don't know what they're doing with their satellite imagery right now. Terry with the £2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. As I said, any support on the channel is amazing. Thank you so much for help funding the channel and allowing me to continue to do this. But yeah, Terry says, you still doing a great job, Nate. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Yeah, this thing is really starting to develop really quickly, and you can actually see the center area of low pressure right here. If this thing does wrap its convection around, we could be potentially talking about an eye that actually forms from this. And if it does form an eye, this thing could actually rapidly intensify within a short period of time. And that is definitely something we got to watch out for. Do I have a PayPal account or rather not use YouTube as they take a cut? Honestly, YouTube deserves to take a little portion of the cut because I do get ad revenue from my videos as well. So either or is fine. If you decide that you want to fund the channel, of course. And there's multiple ways to do so if you want to fund it. You can go, as I said, through Super Chat. You can also become a channel member. Becoming a channel member is actually the most efficient way to fund the channel. It's probably the best way to fund the channel too, because not only do you get special perks from it, but you also get shout out as well at the bottom sliding screen. So also all sorts of stuff there for you as well. 3 Mountain Girl with the $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. Thanks from Coastal Rhode Island. Well, then I highly advise continuing to stay tuned to the channel because, as I said, you know, I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but I will be going live tomorrow, so I'll be giving you all the best information as much as possible. But yeah, that satellite imagery that I'm looking at right now looks really concerning. It does look really concerning. And yeah, it does look like it's starting to wrap that convection around. That's really good, Whitney. That's actually really good. When will it come on shore? It really depends upon where it tracks. If it goes over Long Island, then we will be talking about landfall being at 2. And then when it becomes actually on the mainland part, we could be talking about landfall being at around 5. So it's just, it all depends upon where it tracks as to how far east, how far west does it actually go. Yeah, this thing looks absolutely phenomenal as it continues to move on through. Let us actually refresh this again, and it does not look like we have our latest information from Henri here. At least I don't think we do. I'd be surprised if we did, but I highly doubt it. And I do doubt it, so I guess it just takes a little bit longer to actually wait until it happens. Storm hitting the Gulf Stream high octane fuel 100%. And it'll most likely stay over there for the next probably 5 to 6 hours before it gets into that cold water. And depending upon the speed of the system as it moves north, this is that's really going to depend upon how much it actually weakens on its approach to the coast. But if this thing intensifies as strongly as it does, and actually intensifies stronger than what the National Hurricane Center anticipates, then instead of this being if we go back to the official forecast cone from the Storm Prediction Center, instead of this being a tropical storm by landfall with hurricane force wind gusts across the board, this could potentially be a Category 1 hurricane as it gets closer and closer to the coast. And that is definitely a lot worse than a tropical storm, 100%. But even if it does become a tropical storm, the conditions are not exactly going to be all too different, because the difference between the maximum sustained winds is only going to be by 5 miles per hour. And it's still going to create widespread trees and power lines down, creating a massive widespread amount of outages. So let's read over the key messages again one more time for Hurricane Henri by the National Hurricane Center. First things first, dangerous storm surge inundation is expected to begin late tonight or Sunday in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, southeastern Massachusetts, where storm surge warnings have been issued. Residents in these areas should follow any advice given by local officials. So if they do issue an evacuation, a mandatory evacuation, I know there have been voluntary evacuations in portions of Connecticut issued by the governor of Connecticut. But if they do issue mandatory evacuations, do not waste any time. All right. You need to get out of there as much as possible, as quickly as possible, I should say. Hurricane conditions are expected to begin late tonight or Sunday in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, where a hurricane warning is in effect. Tropical storm conditions will begin in these areas late tonight. So that just goes to show you as close as it does get towards the Northeast, the closer and closer it gets, the stronger it obviously will be. However, the conditions is expected to weaken a little bit, so you might actually see consistent conditions compared to intensifying conditions in some areas. Heavy rainfall may lead to considerable flash, urban, and small stream flooding, along with the potential for widespread minor to isolated moderate river flooding over portions of Long Island, New England, eastern New York, and New Jersey. And the other thing about that too is that even though if we take a look at the maximum amount of rain that is expected to fall from Henri, with portions of these yellows and oranges indicating 4 to 10 inches of rainfall, you could potentially see some areas not only have a bit more consolidation and have more areas of higher amounts of rainfall, but you can also expect this rainfall to consolidate in specific areas like streams and rivers. And a big thing there in this instance is the Hudson River Valley, and how the rain will most likely accumulate along the mountains and run off into the river. That could create areas of flooding within areas near the Hudson River along the banks, including New York City. So that's going to be really concerning as well. And the other thing too is that on top of all the rain that's going to be falling, with the potential of almost a foot, even more than a foot of rainfall within some localized areas, is the storm surge. If we go over here to the storm surge map, you can see areas here from the Long Island Sound all the way through, as well as Mastic Beach, all the way through to the Nantucket Sound and portions of Cape Cod. 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is anticipated, and that is not good by any stretch of the imagination. As a matter of fact, storm surge will most likely be higher in some areas along the Long Island Sound due to the fact that the winds will be trapped right within that area, and it will continue to push a lot of these waves and this current further and further to the west, creating more of an impact. And as a matter of fact, you can actually see that real quickly with the interactive map here from the potential storm surge flooding map from the National Hurricane Center. And if we actually go over to LaGuardia International Airport, this is an international airport, guys, you can actually see that a portion of the runway here actually gets severely flooded. As a matter of fact, in some areas, you can see the potential of greater than 6 feet above ground level being flooded, which is very serious. That indicates some very high amounts of storm surge that is anticipated within some of these areas. And that's actually expected throughout most areas here in the Long Island Sound. A lot of these yellows and blues indicate areas of storm surge, even some oranges. Oranges and reds are very concerning, by the way, for storm surge, with amounts greater than 6 feet in orange and greater than 9 feet in red. Of course, yellow means greater than 3 and blue means greater than 1. But a lot of these areas are very populated, and a lot of this water will continue to be basically churned inwards into some of these areas. And this will be creating some very significant amounts of flooding on top of the damaging winds, the sustained winds that will most likely create widespread trees down and power outages across most of Long Island and even into New England. Another thing here that I want to look towards is on the northern end of the Long Island, of the not Long Island, the Long Island Sound. That's I was about to say it, but I was like, wait, is that what I was gonna say? But that was what I was gonna say. And Look at Bridgeport, Connecticut here. We have some areas here along the metropolitan areas of Bridgeport along the coast that is expected to see widespread amounts of flooding from storm surge, and that is going to be really concerning as this continues to move further northward. As I said, this is expected to be a widespread event, and the Northeast isn't exactly built for tropical systems like this. A good contributor or a good example would be Sandy, even though Sandy was significantly stronger than Henri actually is and is expected to be on its approach. Sandy did create widespread flooding, power outages, and very significant flooding. As I mentioned, and that is a very concerning look for areas in the Northeast. And so even though this is expected to be a bit weaker than what Sandy was, this is still going to be a very concerning situation for areas here in the Northeast. Now, if we actually take a look over towards areas near Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, they're actually not anticipated to see a whole lot of flooding here. As a matter of fact, most of the areas here along the beach are not anticipated to get a whole lot of storm surge. So that's the good news there for people who live along those islands. And even some areas here along Rhode Island, some storm surge amounts are anticipated to be approximately 1 to 3 feet above storm surge according to this map. But I would have to say that some areas could potentially be even higher than that if this track moves a little bit further to the west. So definitely something we got to watch out for. 100%. Chaya, I believe that's Chaya Israel. I believe that's how it's pronounced. If I did butcher the name, I apologize. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate all the support on the channel. Any sort of funding to the channel really allows me to continue to do content like this and be able to inform as many people as possible. So thank you very much for your support to the channel. Now let's take a look at the recon data again, see if they've actually gotten a bit closer towards the center, and they have. They have actually continued to get closer and closer to the center. You can see a little bit of a U-turn here that they did. We'll actually go over to the interactive map of Google Maps here, or Google Earth, I should say. And you can see here, they originally made a pass. They came from Florida originally, a very long distance from Florida here. But then you can see as they got closer and closer to Henri, they made a pass from the south. They approached from the south and moved from south to north. And then they moved from the north all the way over to the northwestern side of the storm before making another pass into the center here, right along this general vicinity from the northwestern side to the southeastern side. And the thing that we're looking out for is those winds on the southeastern side of the system, because there are some very significant damaging winds that are starting to form here because of some recent initiation within the thunderstorm activity in that general area. And we can actually take a look at that from the satellite imagery here from the system. You can see how there was a lot of just general thunderstorms here for the most part until this recent burst of convection that just began to really initiate. And that will create some very significant sustained winds, most likely at the surface, as this continues to stay over warm waters for the time period. We could be talking about this as this continues to move on forward to potentially intensify even higher than what the National Hurricane Center anticipated. However, as this continues to move further and further to the north, if this does encounter those cooler waters a little bit earlier than anticipated, then it will most likely be weakening a little bit, not as much, and it'll probably be making landfall most likely as a Category 1 hurricane. However, if this does slow down more and more as it gets closer and closer towards the expected target area, then it will most likely become a tropical storm upon landfall. So really something to watch out for. Let's see. Shell Renee, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It's pronounced Haya, if that's Hebrew. That probably would make sense. Fortunately, I'm not exactly knowledgeable in pronouncing names. As most of you know, when I do my coverage, if I ever do tornado coverage, I sometimes butcher even town names. So I apologize if I ever offend people, it's completely on accident. But yeah, this is a pretty concerning storm just by looking at the satellite imagery. I'm going to actually go over to infrared satellite imagery here. I'm actually going to go on the 3D infrared satellite imagery. We're going to take a look at the past 50 frames here, and hopefully this gets us a good idea as to what recently has been happening. And yeah, there it is. So here's the 3D imagery. You can see how it had a lot of thunderstorm activity earlier, and then it settled down before recently getting a lot of thunderstorm activity here towards the center area of low pressure. And that's the thing that's really going to have to, we're really going to have to watch out for as this continues to move on through to the north. So the hurricane hunters are going to try and get to the center of that big thunderstorm activity here noted by satellite. Just by, here, if I can zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, you can see that, how it just absolutely explodes. And that's what tropical systems can do. They can flip a switch within the matter of seconds, within a matter of minutes, within a matter of hours. And it's absolutely phenomenal to watch, really. And that's what makes these things so unpredictable. People strive to try and continue to predict them, and as time goes along within our lifespans, we most likely will be able to get better and better at tracking these things in regards to intensity. Because in regards to track with, where it makes landfall, it's usually pretty good for the most part. Besides the fact that, there's some instances to where you can have some exorbitant amount of factors that actually inhibit on these systems, but it is regardless, a pretty for as straightforward as tropical systems may be, they are very hard to predict. So it's one of those things there that we have to continue to watch out for. There is a flash flood warning here for areas in southeastern portions of New York. Look at this. Flash flood warning in effect for Brooklyn and Queens. So if you live over there in that general vicinity, highly recommend seeking higher ground. You'll be seeing that a lot, most likely, when Henri gets closer and closer. These showers and thunderstorms, by the way, are not associated with Henri, surprisingly. So it's not going to be the full dish yet. The cool thing about this radar here is as far out as Henri actually is, you can actually see the swirl from Henri right here on radar. Take a look at this. You can see these massive bands of showers and thunderstorms that are wrapping around. And this is what we're seeing on satellite too. This giant area right here that we really have to watch out for. So this is a pretty big situation that's starting to unfold here. And as I said, we're going to continue the live stream until the hurricane hunters do make that pass into the center again. And once they do, then we'll most likely head off for the night. Now would probably be a good time to schedule the live stream for tomorrow. I would probably even have to create the thumbnail here as well. But let's take a look at the weather models again and see when this will most likely make landfall here. And we'll take a look at the HWRF model just to see as to when this could do so. And the big thing here that I want to watch out here for the most part is these outer bands right here. These outer bands right on this general vicinity is most likely going to create a tornado risk as well. And I want to be able to try and cover that if I can. And according to this actually shows it making landfall at not landfall, but these outer bands making landfall at about 5 in the morning. So that's pretty early in the morning even for me. But if that does come into fruition, then that might be around the time in which I actually have to live stream. Probably won't. I probably will live stream at about 8 in the morning, maybe 7 in the morning might actually be the better idea. And I actually am starting to lean towards a 7 in the morning approach for our live stream. Because then you'll still see the outer bands that'll continue to surge on through. On radar, of course. And actually, according to this model, it seems as if things have actually sped up a little bit more. So, I might actually have to get up a little bit earlier. I might actually live stream at 6 in the morning. Get up at 5, live stream at 6, and then we'll continue to have our information as this continues to progress. Can I give you an update on Patchogue Island? That's how it's pronounced. As I said, if I butcher names, I'm sorry. So Patchogue, I think it's actually Patchogue. If not, it's Patchogue. Can't remember. So right here, it's most likely going to get impacted by this system. And if I take a look at the interactive storm surge map here, there it is. It doesn't seem as if they're going to get a whole lot of storm surge from this, which is the good news. The bad news here is that rainfall rates are most likely going to be pretty high around your area. Probably 6 to 10 inches, maybe even higher as well. Patchogue. Alright, so that makes sense. So Patchogue Island most likely will be impacted by some heavier amounts of rain, strong damaging winds, sustained winds. And yeah, there's going to be some pretty gnarly impacts. Of course, it won't be the strongest amounts of winds because it's expected to be a bit further to the east of you, the main area of where it'll make landfall. But still something that we're going to want to watch out for, of course, as this continues to move on through. I'm trying to see if there's any other things here. As I said, this model really thinks that it'll end up heading a bit further east, which would be amazing to spare a little bit of Long Island. GFS does not think that is the case, however. GFS actually thinks that it will most likely hit Long Island. And that could be pretty concerning, as I said, for people over there. Widespread trees, power outage, trees down, power outages, stuff like that. So this is going to be definitely something to watch out for. And I would definitely watch out over there in Patchogue Island for the system. As I said, I will be live streaming tomorrow, so if you want to stay tuned to that, please be sure to do so. All right, let's take a look at aircraft reconnaissance, see if they've updated. What the heck? What the heck have they done? They turned north. So I think they might be trying to make an approach this way, from the north and east to the south and west, which if that's the case, that actually might be a bit smart from them. Might actually be pretty smart. Because they're trying to get those showers and thunderstorms that are trying to wrap around near the center. And so if it's going to wrap around, by the time it does so, it'll be right where they're going. Not another Sandy, right? Hope not. Those folks went through enough in the lifetime. Don't think that it'll be another Sandy, but it'll be something still pretty significant. Sandy's definitely going to be worse than the system, but I still think that there could be something very significant within some of these areas. Hurricane, yes, it is currently a hurricane. It actually has been showing some hurricane force winds both at flight level of the hurricane hunters and at the surface. Because the hurricane hunters obviously can't fly it right at the surface. They got to fly a little bit higher than that, or else we'll be talking about it crash landing into the water. And we can't have that. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be trying to head off to the north there. We'll actually refresh that. And it hasn't updated officially, so that's interesting. But yeah, as I said, they're heading off to the north, and they're most likely going to track somewhere this way, like this. And so what's going to happen is these showers and thunderstorms that we've been talking about that's developed on the southern end of the center area of low pressure is going to start swirling around. And once it does swirl around, it's going to try and go around the center area of low pressure. And the hurricane hunters are going to try and catch just how strong those thunderstorms actually are as it continues to approach. Yep, no problem. It's going to stall over the Northeast for a while. Hope it doesn't be another Harvey. I agree. I really do not want it to be another Harvey. But it's going to be definitely something really interesting to say the least, especially with the amount of storm surge and flooding that's expected. The one thing that I will say is that it probably won't be the case due to the fact that it's going to be encountering a lot of cooler waters prior to landfall. So it'll be on a weakening trend as it gets closer and closer to the coast, and then it'll be even more of a weakening trend as it gets over the Hudson River Valley. So it's probably not going to stay here for longer than 48 hours, but it will still create some widespread flooding within some of these areas. Boss had his pregnant daughter in the back of his car in labor during Sandy and a chainsaw in the front seat trying to get her to the hospital. Wow. That's crazy. Brian Rock Rail fan, what's up? Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, it's still not updating even when I refresh it, so that kind of sucks. You're on Long Island, New York, closer to the Hamptons. I would evacuate if I could afford to evacuate, but I can't afford to evacuate because where I am, I go with no money and 3 daughters hunkering down. Well, I'm praying for you. I'm definitely praying for you that this thing does not impact significantly throughout your area. Of course, I'll continue to update you as much as possible. And as I said, I'm going to be live streaming tomorrow morning. So if you want to stay tuned for that, for any sort of emergency information, then feel free to do so. One thing I can recommend, though, if you are going to be impacted by the storm, is that if you have any power packs or batteries, be sure to have them. And also be sure to get emergency survival kits ready for the most part. Someone actually made a very good or had a very good advice in the chat. Freeze your water bottles ahead of time, or at least some water bottles, because if power does go out, which most likely will be the case across portions of Long Island, those water bottles will basically be frozen already, and it'll keep cool some of your drinks that are already there. So I would just highly advise doing that, as well as stay away from the coast as much as possible. If you can go a bit further inland, then that would be the case. I know the Hamptons are right along the coast, and so if you're not exactly along the beach, then that'll probably be very good for you. But I would just try and get to higher ground as much as possible. You're in Fairfield County. The risk for winds have thankfully reduced, but the risk for flooding still remains high due to storm surge. We have a house in Maine, so we might drive up there. That's probably a good idea, honestly, if you don't want to experience the conditions of this. As I said, there most likely will be widespread power outages. So even for people who are in the center of Long Island, they will still get impacted by strong damaging winds and most likely some aerial flooding. So it all depends upon where you live in regards to where this thing will be impacted. You live in southeastern Boston. What effects could you experience? Definitely some storm surge. Some storm surge within your area. 1 to 3 feet of storm surge is expected within some of the coastline of areas near Boston, and even some localized areas of flooding from rain is possible. Not anticipated to rain too much within your area, according to the Weather Prediction Center. I'm actually anticipating that most of this dark green actually moves a bit further eastward. I think that it could potentially move a bit further this way as well. But definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. Out here on Montauk, ready to ride it out? Well, if you are going to ride it out, then I wish you Godspeed, my friend, and that I hope that you have all the preparations ready for yourself. You have higher ground ready, because there most likely will be some flooding within your area. Most likely will be. As you can see here near Montauk, there is expected to be high amounts of storm surge along the beach and even further inland here, and upwards of 3 to 5 feet anticipated. Would not be surprised if it was a little bit higher within some areas, but definitely something to watch out for. But as I said, I will be going live tomorrow. So the big thing there is I'm going to try and get out as much information as possible while that thing is making landfall as well. So if you haven't already, please subscribe and turn on notifications, because as soon as I do go live, you're not going to want to miss any sort of information that I do provide for you all. If they do issue emergency evacuations, I will be talking about that. There already has been voluntary evacuations that are recommended within portions of coastal Connecticut. And for good reason, too. Most areas near Bridgeport are anticipated to get very high amounts of storm surge and flooding. So that'll be very concerning within some of these areas. So yeah, just if you want to stay tuned to the latest information, especially during the landfall tomorrow when I do go live and I show you cameras, as well as show you someone who's going to be probably in it for the most part. As I said, turn on notifications if you haven't already. That would be greatly appreciated. Congrats on your first tornado the other day. Did it end up getting confirmed? They haven't done any surveys on it yet, but probably could get confirmed here pretty soon by the National Weather Service. Let's see. Is there going to be any impact in New Jersey from this storm? Most likely on its approach to Long Island. Even right now, there's anticipated to be storm surge amounts in upwards of 1 to 3 feet from Cape May, which is obviously as far south as you can get for a coastline of New Jersey, all the way up to East Rockaway Inlet on Long Island. So it will most likely create some very high amounts of storm surge within some of these areas, even around New York City too. Our governor will be on the south shore of Long Island to greet Henri and check for its vaccination card. That's so true. That is so true. I'm gonna take a look at Twitter here just to see what all is this. Oh, so that's some of the flooding from National Weather Service Nashville, which is pretty significant, as well as most likely some damage. Most likely some damage from that. So sheesh. That's really gnarly. So thank you guys for sending that in to me. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. If you haven't already, I do put updates on my Twitter as well. So when I'm not live streaming and stuff like that, I will be posting some information on there as well. So if you want to follow my Twitter, please be sure to do so. Link is in the chat right there. What's the pressure of the system? So if we go to the official National Hurricane Center website here, we will show you all that as of the 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory, this thing had a minimum pressure of 988 millibars with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. It is expected to intensify a little bit more as it continues to move on through towards the north, so the pressure might dip a little bit more, but then it is expected to go into a weakening trend due to the fact that some of the ocean waters are actually going to be relatively low as you head further towards the north. I do want to show you all that on the HWRF synoptic from Weatherbell here, which is going to be pretty cool for the most part. We're going to take a look at Henri, and then we're going to take a look at the hurricane panel here. Here we go. So this is pretty good here. And you can see on the top left, this is your winds at 925 millibars, which is right a little below flight level, which is which would be pretty concerning for areas below that. We also have the precipitable water, which is on the top right, which indicates the amount of moisture indicated within the showers and thunderstorms. We also have the sea surface temperatures, which is on the bottom left-hand side. And then on the bottom right is the composite reflectivity, the simulated radar of the storm. If you guys want to stay tuned with the time, on the left-hand side, top left-hand side shows you the time in Eastern Daylight Time for you. Seems how I actually do live in Eastern Daylight Time Zone. So let's go ahead and take a look as this continues to progress. And thank you, Tyler TY, for the follow on Twitter. Really do appreciate that. Really do. We're actually really close to 1,000 followers, so that'll be pretty cool when we get there. So anyways, enough talking. Let's take a look at how this progresses. You can see by late tonight, it starts to get over the orange waters here, these orange temperatures. And orange is still all right for the most part. Even the dark yellow, once it starts to get into the yellow and the green though, however, that is when it's expected to intensify a bit further. However, some of the winds for the most part, right around the center area of low pressure, right around where it's expected to form that eye, is going to be relatively significant. And we can see some winds at the surface of this tropical system be at about 85 miles per hour here by late tonight into tomorrow morning. And then as this continues to move off further and further to the north, the wind field is actually expected to expand a bit further and further and continue to potentially try and intensify. But then you can see as it gets closer and closer towards Long Island, on the left-hand side of your bottom left of your screen, you can see it starts to get over those greens and blue waters, and that is some very unfavorable water temperatures for tropical systems to either intensify or even sustain at this point. So according to the HWRF model, it actually does weaken as it gets closer and closer towards the coast due to the lack of major thunderstorm activity and warm moisture. However, you do get a lot of moisture on the northwestern side of the storm, bringing some big risks for areas along Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Long Island, and Connecticut. And that's going to create some big impacts throughout most of these areas here. And so it's just, at this point, it's going to be how this thing progresses within these next few hours from now until probably 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now, as I said, the hurricane hunters are in this storm. They are trying to see what is exactly happening with this storm. They're going to try and make an approach here from the north and east and go down through the system to its south and west and try and collect data from that. The reason why they're doing that is because there is some recent activity that has happened inside the storm here. If I can load the latest satellite imagery here for you all, you can see how this has actually started to gather a lot of thunderstorm activity around the center area of low pressure. And what's basically going to happen is those thunderstorms are on the southeastern side of the storm, but it will basically be slung around in a counterclockwise fashion. So by the time it's on the northeastern side of the storm, the hurricane hunters would be moving through and experiencing those thunderstorm conditions. and seeing what that most likely will be providing on the surface to basically give the National Hurricane Center the latest information as to what's going to be basically happening there. Mikey Hawk, thank you for the follow on Twitter. Let's actually see who all followed on Twitter. And thank you so much for all the people who did. Tilly P, Dashes, Mike Hankerson, Hankinson, sorry. Mike Hankinson, thank you so much. Yeah, all these people, thank you so much for their follow. Yeah, as I said, we're really close to 1,000 followers, so I really do appreciate you all with that. But yeah, this thing is definitely going to try and intensify further and further. Hey, the Baltimore Ravens scored a touchdown. There we go. Yeah, my favorite sports team is the Baltimore Ravens. So there you go. On a lighter note, I actually have a stadium seat from the Ravens stadium, so I'll be using that quite frequently, 100%. But yeah, now it's all about what this thing does. Ravens undefeated in the preseason, keep the streak alive. We're winning 20-3 right now against the Panthers with 9 minutes left in the fourth. So who knows? We might. All right, so there's the latest track for the Hurricane Hunters. You can see they have actually moved a bit further off towards the north, as we've said. I'm going to try and see if I can get the satellite imagery from the GOES 16 satellite here. We're going to use the mesoscale 2, and then we're going to use infrared long wave, the black and white version here. And here we are as well. You can see those big strong thunderstorm bands that I was talking about right here, and how it's going to try and surround the basically the center area low pressure, or the eye more or less, which is located right about here. And so if it does surround that huge mass of showers and thunderstorms around that center area of low pressure, we could be talking about a very strong storm that moves off to the north that will be intensifying rather significantly. But it all just depends, I guess, more or less as to what will happen. Rangers are rebuilding too, hockey, but yeah, almost done rebuilding. Yeah, you guys are almost done. You guys just need better defense. You guys are focusing too much on the offense. And you guys might get Eichel at the cost of probably your entire team, though. So that's not good. That's not okay. Let us see. That's a good touchdown run. There you go. Gusty winds across Fraser Valley. Interesting. Interesting. So let's take a look at a radar again one more time. Of course, you can see the actual circulation of Henri right here. And this, as I said, will continue to move off to the north and eventually move in this general direction. So it all depends upon how this continues to progress. It really does. Just want to keep Zibanejad. Unfortunately, that's what's rumored to basically be taken from you, my friend. Unfortunate as it is. Yeah, they're still saying that this is a reconnaissance mission, but it hasn't shown up here yet. If we refresh this, yeah, it hasn't showed yet. The one thing that it has shown is that here's your pass now, so This is starting to become the beginning of the crucial time period of whether or not this band of thunderstorms right here is hurricane force, or even stronger than the hurricane force winds that they found earlier. Look at that. So you can see it's starting to move to the south and west right within that area. Let's actually go over, which by the way, I'm going to be using radar scope as well for our analysis. There's a report of a funnel cloud over in Illinois. There you go. Sounds about right. Let's go over to radar Omega here. We'll take a look at the satellite imagery again. And it just shows you the progression as to how this thing has been making strides to intensify. If we take a look a little bit closer at the center area of low pressure, which is right about here, you can see the track right here, and then it just goes this way. And so watch it right there at the end. You see all those thunderstorms that really start to explode. That's what's the thing that we're watching out for. So now it's just the waiting game. It's almost some very strong anticipation at this point. Very big anticipation for what happens over there. Lamar Jackson's a dollar store Michael Vick. I really don't care. Because if he's a dollar store Michael Vick, he's sure doing pretty good. And that's a very good price for a quarterback like him. Pretty good price. Even though he runs a lot, which is kind of scary sometimes. If he can stay safe, I'm fine. Jeez. I still can't get over this satellite, this 3D imagery. I mean, just look at this. Look at this. This is... Tell me this isn't the craziest thing you haven't seen in a while. Am I from West Virginia? I used to be from West Virginia, but now I'm in South Central PA. So that's where I live. Yeah, it's just the anticipation is real. What are they going to find? They've been consistently finding tropical storm force winds across the board here, so that's the thing. And on its northern pass off to the north on the outer bands, they've actually found stronger tropical storm force winds, and upwards of 60 miles per hour over there too. So that's something to watch out for. And of course, the hurricane force winds being measured right there. Plus the hurricane force winds here at the top of flight level too. Will I be chasing the storm? No, I will not. I personally feel, as of right now, in regards to where I'm at with my channel, I feel like I need to... it would be better content for you all if I stayed home and live streamed. However, if my channel does grow a lot over the span of, let's say a couple of months, or even the span of this hurricane season, then we could be potentially talking about me chasing these tropical systems in the future. But as of right now, I think the best thing for me and my channel is for me to stay home and have someone else chase for me. Which is the reason why he'll be on live stream tomorrow. He'll be showing the live conditions as this continues to propagate into his area. I won't say where he's stationed because I honestly have no clue where he's going to station at. But yeah. We can pull up live cameras that'll have better quality than Nate's phone. True facts. And the thing of it is too, is that with the funds that people actually do provide, you guys are actually helping me out find better options for live streaming. Because let's be honest here, all right, most of the times when you guys saw me live stream, they were in pretty low quality. However, if I can find better equipment, especially with the money that is being supplemented into my channel, I'll be able to actually show you all better content whenever I do chase, whether it's tropical storms, hurricanes, or even severe weather. So I really do appreciate you guys a lot. I really do appreciate you guys for supporting my channel, especially my channel members. My channel members definitely are the guys who give me a lot of love. So thank you for supporting the channel as much as you guys have. Staying at home lets you see the grills on fire. True. That's true. Love that reference too. I love that reference. Did it track in your newest video? Oh, nice, nice. As I said, it's anticipated. You know, I think everyone pretty much knows, for the most part, that it'll be somewhere here within New England. So really interesting to see as that continues to move on through. Looks like some rapid intensification, maybe? There is the potential for that, honestly, because within the latest satellite imagery, there has been some very significant thunderstorm activity that has started to form around the center area of low pressure. So potentially maybe even a significant strengthening is possible prior to it encountering those cold waters, which is right about here. And if that is the case, then we could be potentially be talking about a hurricane upon landfall rather than a tropical storm upon landfall. And most of you guys might be wondering, well, you know, haven't we been talking about a hurricane making landfall? Isn't that the reasons why there's a hurricane warning in effect? And the thing of it is that with this system, all right, because it will most likely encounter those colder waters, the National Hurricane Center has actually anticipated this to become a tropical storm upon landfall. However, prior to this, there actually was expectations that there would be a hurricane upon landfall. So it's kind of went back and forth as it continues to move about. But regardless as to whether or not it's a hurricane upon landfall or a tropical storm upon landfall, it's expected that the conditions are going to be about the same. If it does become a hurricane upon landfall, then there will be a lot more significant outages as well as trees down across the board. So it's going to be very much so one of those things where we have to watch these next 6 hours very closely. Very, very closely. Vivian Lund has become a official weather enthusiast on the channel. Thank you so much. It's basically a sponsorship for the channel. Just a monthly $5 fee for the most part. And I really do appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much for becoming a weather enthusiast. I really do appreciate it. By tomorrow morning, you will be seeing your name, which would be on the sliding screen at the bottom part of your screen here. So if I draw an arrow all the way down here, you guys can see how you have that green little slide that's kind of moving on through, and it changes colors every now and then depending upon the information. But you will also see that it will shout out people who are channel members of this YouTube channel. And so Vivian will have her name on that slide. And I'm also thinking about providing extra content for people on who become channel members as well. Whether it's, you know, members only live streams, whether it's only it could be members only videos, short little videos, updating videos. So you know, especially with how I upload videos mainly in the morning, that could include short videos uploaded in the evening that can go a little bit more in depth. And so, yeah, that most likely will be the case with our channel members. And I really do appreciate it, all the people who do become a member. So if you haven't already, If you have $5 and you want to become a channel member to support the channel, get extra content, get your name shouted out, stuff like that, feel free to do so. Hit that join button that's right next to the subscribe button. The Baltimore Ravens have officially won, so they have increased their preseason streak to 19 games now. They have beat the Carolina Panthers 20-3. So thank God for that our team did not fold. As I've mentioned, that is my favorite football team. So I just decided to have that on in the background. Of course, I can't hear anything. I'm just only watching the video that's on my screen above me. But still something there. Chances that this hits Cape Cod, it most likely will impact Cape Cod here. And if we actually take a look at the expected storm surge within areas of Cape Cod, specifically the Cape Cod Bay and areas near the Nantucket Sound, 2 to 5 feet of storm surge is anticipated with this. So, really something to watch out for as that continues to move on through. Especially as this continues to track a bit further to the east. If this does, we could be potentially talking about a lot more localized impacts within some of those areas. How about member-specific weather forecasts for their area? That could be an idea, probably for the early stages of channel memberships. Of course, I hope that my channel member count does actually increase over time. But if it does actually become quite a lot, then I probably won't be able to do individual forecasts for everyone because it'll just be, you know, a lot. What are the chances it hits Philadelphia? So you guys could get the outer bands of this system as this continues to move on further north. And I'll actually show you what I mean as we take a look at the HWRF model right here. We'll backtrack it a little bit here. And so here's the main portions of the storm. You can see it's relatively far off the coast. And then you can start to see New Jersey as it comes into view, and even Long Island right here. So, excuse me, I need to drink water real quick. Pardon my hiccup. You can see that much of the activity actually stays relatively offshore, but I would not be surprised if some of that activity actually gets over closer to New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And if we take a look at the localized amounts of rainfall, you are expected to have 2 to 4 inches of rain possible within that general vicinity. So some of the rainfall amounts could be possible, especially once it continues to meander over the northeast for an extended period of time. And what I mean by that is, if you take a look here, this is Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. This continues to stay right over New England for as long as possible and basically create a pretty gnarly flooding risk for some of these areas. According to the HWRF model, though, this is expected to push on forward a little bit later. But the National Hurricane Center does not agree, and they think that it will most likely stay here within an extended period of time. So here's 2 p.m. Sunday right here, 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Monday, and then 2 a.m. Monday, I should say, and then 2 p.m. Monday right here. And you can see the distance traveled here is not exactly very far whatsoever. It stays right within the same area for the most part. So the impacts most likely will be widespread. There's a lot of people who live up here. And it's going to be localized flooding that will most likely be the risk. But over the time that this thing does sit over New England, I would not be surprised if areas outside of this do get impacted by some of the outer bands, but not directly. So that's the big thing there for areas like Philadelphia. I bought the super chat just to say go Ravens. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Shell Renee. I really do appreciate it. I really do. Thank you so much. And yep, go Ravens, 100%. Is the other low causing Henri to speed up? Depends. It honestly depends upon the timing here. Take a look here at the, oh crap. That's not what I wanted. Uh, excuse me, I just deleted a, I just deleted one of my slides accidentally. That's not okay. It's fine. We'll just take a look at the GFS and hope for the best. So we'll do this. We'll take a look at the northeast, and then we'll take a look at the steering flow, the wind shear that is anticipated as this moves on through. So here is what's happening currently right now, according to the GFS. We have our tropical system right here, and then we also have our upper level low that's currently situated over Virginia. And what's basically going to happen is as Henri continues to move further and further north, the low pressure system is going to want to try and follow it just right in behind. And what eventually is going to happen is with low pressure systems, they end up trying to rotate around each other in a counterclockwise fashion. So you'll be seeing that shift off to the west as it continues to get closer and closer. And then you also see this low pressure system eventually follow up behind this too. The thing about it is, though, is that this low pressure system will eventually speed up and Henri will eventually slow down. So it most likely won't speed up a whole lot. As a matter of fact, it most likely will slow down as it continues to get closer and closer towards the coastline here. So a good question, but it's most likely anticipated that as of right now, it definitely could have been speeding up as it continues to get closer and closer, and it might even be speeding up right now, but it will eventually slow down as it gets closer and closer towards areas like Long Island, like New England, like the coastlines of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. Sent me something on Instagram you may want to check out. It's photos of flooding earlier today. I might look at that after the stream, because it's not exactly tied to it all too much, but I appreciate it. I'll definitely take a look at it. Manchester, New Hampshire in the house looking for some flooding and some wind. Definitely could anticipate that. I actually am expecting that within some of these areas here too. So, as I said, I will be going live tomorrow morning. Most likely will be 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when I will start the live stream. So if you haven't already, turn on notifications for this channel, and by doing so you'd have to subscribe to the channel. If you subscribe to the channel, I'll be giving you guys the most up-to-date and latest information that you can find, and it will be relatively accurate for the most part, or at least as accurate as I can try to make it. So if you guys do that, I would greatly appreciate it. It would help my channel out. And yeah, if you haven't already, please do so. Another thing here too is that I'm sure a lot of people in the Northeast already know that this is happening, but the live stream tomorrow could definitely be helpful for people who do live in these areas. That way they can know what to expect as it gets towards them, because I'm going to be giving live updates continuously. All right, whether or not there could be tornadoes within some of those areas, whether or not there could be high amounts of storm surge live, we'll be watching all of that live with radar, satellite, aircraft reconnaissance from the hurricane hunters. Of course, we have live cameras along the beaches that we'll be able to show you. We even have a people who's around New York, a person who is over in and around New York City, who's most likely going to be helping us with the live stream tomorrow. He's going to be showing his perspective of Henri as it gets closer and closer. So we'll be getting all sorts of information out to you all. And if you do want to stay up to date, as I said, have to hit the notification button. And please be sure to share this with friends and family and on social media, especially if there's a lot of Facebook groups out there. I know there's definitely a couple Facebook groups out there. Go ahead and put this, go ahead and put live stream out on there, even my videos. It'll be able to show you all what is happening live. And I would greatly appreciate it if you guys did. So now let's take a look at the aircraft reconnaissance. Let's see what they're doing. And they're getting closer to it. They are definitely getting closer. They're not exactly in the swirling mass of thunderstorms yet, but they're definitely getting there. They're right here. That's where the thunderstorm activity is. Let's actually go full screen. There you go. So you can see they are approaching that general vicinity. And there's the big mass of thunderstorms right here that most likely could be hurricane force. good way to determine as to whether or not they're hurricane force winds is if you ever see these wind barbs turn purple like that, that is an indication of hurricane force winds. So if you ever see that, that's when you know that things are going to start really ramping up a bit. Where's the wind forecasted? That's a good question. And let's actually go off to the HWRF model to actually show you guys what is anticipated here. This is the wind speed right at the surface here. So this is going to be showing you all what most likely will be happening. A couple things to point out is that if you want to take a look at the time, top left-hand corner is the best way to find it. And then at the bottom right-hand corner right here, it's going to be very hard for you guys to see, but that's actually the maximum wind speed down at the bottom right-hand corner of this image. So let's see how this plays out. As this gets closer and closer to New Jersey and Long Island, you can see winds in upwards of 75 miles per hour within some of these areas, even 77 miles per hour within some of these areas. I'm actually anticipating this to probably be a little bit higher as well within some localized amounts. And that's as sustained winds. I'm actually anticipating this to probably be an 80 to an 85 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane at some point later on this evening. But then as this continues to move on closer and closer to the coast, you can see the maximum winds here, sustained winds. This is sustained winds, not wind gusts. The sustained winds within this general area end up being around 65 miles per hour within most of these areas. Martha's Vineyard most likely will be impacted with some very strong sustained winds within this general vicinity. And then as this continues to get closer and closer, look at the sustained winds here across much of New England. You can see a lot of these greens and oranges, and this actually indicates around 20 mile per hour sustained winds to even as much as 40 mile per hour sustained winds, maybe even higher if you get closer and closer to the coast. And then another thing too is actually if we backtrack a little bit, you can see Long Island actually get some pretty good impacts from these bands here in upwards of 40 miles per hour, even higher if you're on Montauk. I know there's someone here in the live stream who said that they were going to write it out on Montauk. You actually have maximum sustained winds here within this area of 48 miles per hour, which doesn't sound all too significant, but the wind gusts could definitely be in upwards of hurricane force if you live within those areas. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to get closer and closer. Can't remember what this island is right here. Block Island. That's right, Block Island. We do have a camera on Block Island to show you all when this does actually move into that general vicinity. And you can see here on Block Island, you actually have some strong damaging winds, sustained winds in the 50s to maybe even 60s in some of those areas too. So this is really going to be something to watch out for as this continues to move off to the north. So the forecast for right now here is that this is expected to weaken back into a tropical storm upon its approach. However, if this thing does intensify stronger than what the National Hurricane Center anticipates, then it could potentially be making landfall as a hurricane again, which is what the National Hurricane Center said before. The thing of it is, as well, is that this thing is also expected to move through near Montauk in the furthest eastern portion of Long Island, as well as areas near Connecticut and Rhode Island as well, and even portions of Massachusetts. Areas here indicated in the red highlighter vicinity is a hurricane warning that is currently in effect, and then areas in the blue highlighter on the eastern and western sides of those warnings of hurricane warnings. Those are tropical storm warnings as well. The thing of it is here too is that, as I mentioned, storm surge is going to get pretty significant here with storm surge in some amounts here, especially along Long Island all the way up into the Nantucket Sound, in upwards of 3 to 5 feet, and maybe even some higher amounts localized in Long Island, along the Long Island Sound, I would say. And the reason why I would say that is because the Long Island Sound actually will channel these winds that'll be moving due west from Henri. And if you can imagine Henri rotating in its counterclockwise fashion, a lot of these winds are going to be channeled right within that sound, in between those two land masses, pushing the water further and further west towards areas like LaGuardia, like New York City, and could potentially be creating some widespread flooding with that. And the thing of it is, too, that I actually want to show you all is I want to show you all the storm surge inundation that's potentially going to be a case here within some areas of Long Island and New York. And the first thing that I want to show you is LaGuardia. I want to show you LaGuardia International Airport and how a potential area of the runway, the southeastern portion of LaGuardia, that major runway could potentially be completely underwater with areas of potentially 6 feet of storm surge within some of those areas. That is really significant. That is really significant. So it's all the more reason why we have to continue to watch out for this as this continues to approach and how things can change within a flick of a switch. So this is really something that we got to watch out for. Really something that we got to watch out for. So just one thing to note here with these colors, the colors in blue are areas with 1 foot or above with storm surge. Areas in the yellows are 3 feet and above for storm surge. Areas in orange is 6 feet and above with potential storm surge. And then you can see there's a little bit, a couple of areas that actually have these reds right here, and even some areas along coastal Connecticut and Rhode Island. That is actually 9 feet of storm surge and above expected within some of those areas, and that's pretty concerning. Look at here near Larchmont, you actually could potentially have storm surge in upwards of 6 to 9 feet, which is pretty significant. That's really significant, actually. And so with some of these metropolitan areas expected to get this much flooding on top of the heavy amounts of rain that could be in upwards of a foot, this could get pretty significant. And so we really have to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. I was talking about how some areas along coastal Connecticut and Rhode Island could get some significant flooding as well. Look at this right here near Bridgeport. 3 to 6 feet of storm surge could be possible within some of these areas. Even up here, just to the south of Milford along the coastal areas, could see an upwards of 6 feet of storm surge possible. That is pretty bad. Even here near New Haven, East Haven, West Haven, heavy amounts of storm surge anticipated with this as well. So really got to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. Even if we go further and further to the east, you can see areas near Westbrook, areas along the Middlesex, New London areas, the Connecticut River for the most part, heading off further and further into Rhode Island and even Massachusetts. You can see how storm surge is expected to be pretty significant in some areas. Maybe not as significant as Long Island, but still pretty significant in upwards of 3 feet there. Will Henri hit as a hurricane? So according to the National Hurricane Center, as of right now, they don't think it will, but as of the recent hurricane hunter passes, this thing has been intensifying to potentially be making strides to be as stronger than what the National Hurricane Center anticipated, which could mean that this could make landfall as a hurricane if it does. So that's the reason why they have issued hurricane warnings within some of these areas. I do want to take a look at, speaking of reconnaissance, I want to see what they're experiencing, and look at that. They found hurricane force winds at flight level already. So there you go. Now they're not exactly in the thick of things quite yet. You can see the massive ball of convection right here. So they're not exactly through the main area yet, but they already found hurricane force winds at flight level already. So let's actually take a look and see what that data actually shows us. And here we go. There's your hurricane force winds at flight level right here. The winds at the surface are a little bit lower than that. They're at 55 knots, which would be at about 65 miles per hour. And that was just a little bit off of the center area of low pressure. So it's expected to be a little bit, stronger once they get further and further closer towards the center area of low pressure. Taking a look at the satellite imagery, those massive balls of convection, the massive thunderstorm activity that I was talking about is right within here. You can see how the white expands rather rapidly within some of those areas. And that's because it's over some very warm waters right now. And those warm waters are have ended up creating some very strong thunderstorm activity within some of these areas. So really something that we got to watch out for as this continues to progress. So now it's just the waiting game at this point. We got to wait until they actually have made the pass. So they have made the pass through the tropical system here. officially, and they have not found any more. They have not found any more hurricane force winds at flight level, I should say. But at the surface, they found some that are pretty close to it. You can see the line graph here actually go higher and higher above 60 knots, which is about 75 miles per hour. And you can even see it gets very close to 65 knots, which is about, as I said, 75 miles per hour. So 70 to 75 miles per hour is what they found there at the surface, most likely keeping this as a 75 mile per hour hurricane, but still very strong to say the least as to what they found. And if they do put any dropsondes in there, it's going to be really interesting to say the least as to what they do find. Speaking of dropsondes, they put a dropsonde right there that found 52 mile per hour winds at the surface from their last pass. And that was dropsonde number 18. What about dropsonde number 17? What did they find there? So it's a little bit weaker from that. But still, regardless, if this can wrap around the thunderstorm activity right around the center, we can be talking about this thing being a little bit stronger than anticipated. And so it's all about where this thing continues to move on through and how it continues to progress. Drop songs? No, drop sondes. That's what they do. That's what they drop these little machines that go into the storm, and then it records the data. Has no chemicals within it. It's just straight up data. Flight levels only still? Well, kind of. They found hurricane force winds at the surface earlier, but as of right now at flight level, they got some pretty strong high-end tropical storm to hurricane force winds within there. So we've actually been live for quite a while here. And within the next hour, they are actually anticipating we actually should be. We actually will have the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. Not exactly sure if I should continue the live stream until then, because it's going to be taking quite an absorbent amount of time until it actually gets released. Most likely 50 minutes from now is when it actually does it. But yeah. But sheesh. What was the lowest pressure they found there? Oh, wow. So they found an extrapolated pressure of 984 millibars. 984 millibars, which means that this thing is definitely intensifying. Definitely intensifying, because the latest advisory of the National Hurricane Center, they found that the pressure at the surface was 988 millibars. So if that's the case to where they found the extrapolated pressure, and if they do a dropsonde here that finds a pressure of 984 millibars, that's a 4 millibar drop, which could potentially be, we could be talking about a 80 mile per hour hurricane instead of a 75 mile per hour hurricane. So this is really interesting. We'll have to continue to watch out for it. So I guess now at this point is just to react to the dropsondes that they have. And they haven't done a dropsonde yet at the center. We're still loading in that data now. And as I said, there's another mission right there. Okay, so I think I know what happened here. So let's go over real quickly to Mission 11. Mission 11 real quickly. And take a look at this real quickly. All right. So here is the reconnaissance from the Air Force. And they originally launched from Biloxi, Mississippi over here. You can see right here. Here's the Air Force base that they actually launched out of. So they've had their journey. They went through. They crossed into Alabama and then over through into Georgia, South Carolina. And then they eventually went out to sea to find the system. However, they did a U-turn. They had to go back. Don't know why they had to go back, but they had to go back. And so they turned around. They landed over somewhere here. It's actually in Savannah, Georgia. So they landed over here in Savannah, Georgia, at this Air Force base over here. They refueled, and now they took off, went through South Carolina and North Carolina again, and now they're back into the storm. So this most likely could mean that they're going to have a more long-lasting pass through Henri here. So the approach most likely will be from the south and west to the north and east. They'll make a complete split of the system. And then whether or not they go off to the west or go off to the south from there is still to be determined. But we could easily see a path similar to this. Or we could see a path that's similar to this. Probably something like this, honestly. They'll make another pass like this, and then they'll go down, and then probably go back. So it'll be really interesting. You're in Pascagoula, Mississippi, not far from Biloxi, so yeah, there they go. Guarantee this turns into nothing, and weather stations being over dramatic. I highly doubt that, honestly. In my honest opinion, I definitely think that this could create some widespread flooding issues. Now, it won't be as bad as Sandy. Don't get me wrong. But I still think this could be pretty interesting on its approach. Really interesting. Be out back in your lounge chair catching some nice gusts off your bare chest. And honestly, I would too. I honestly would too. I guess it just really depends upon where specifically they actually go through. How long will it take them to fly through? It depends upon the aircraft, honestly. It really does. Yeah, if I was out there, I would probably be riding this thing out too, so I can't exactly blame you there. But I still think that there will be most likely localized areas of flooding and widespread power outages within some of these areas. But yeah, that's pretty funny. That is indeed pretty funny. Maybe they turned around to check on Tennessee. I highly doubt that, honestly, but you know, definitely could be the case. They could just say, "Oh, what's happening over there?" and then land in Savannah, Georgia. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's take a look at that 3D satellite imagery again. Yep, so it's still gathering a lot of thunderstorm activity right there near the center. Let's see if we can refresh this. Let's take a look at mesoscale 2. Are you? Oh, that goes 17, bruh. That makes a lot more sense. So there's your 3D again. The big thing there is just the swirling mass of convection that's really starting to build. It actually had some really deep thunderstorm activity at one point. Still does. You heard they had an equipment issue? That makes sense. Are you too late? No, you are not. You are not too late at the moment. But yeah, this is a very big swirling mass of convection. And you can even see the clouds actually rotate within that. Take a look here in a second. You can see thunderstorm push out and then it actually curls again counterclockwise. So that's really, really something to watch out for. Of course, with Radar Omega, we can also see the hurricane watches, warnings, tropical storm warnings in place as well. Same thing, red is hurricane warning, and tropical storm warnings in the dark blue. Also, the pink is storm surge warnings, so the bright pink, and then the lighter pinkish kind of lavender is the storm surge watch. So definitely something to consider with that as well. But yeah, it's expected to be a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm by the time it makes landfall. The reason why they have hurricane warnings within some of these areas is because this is something to make a note here. Wind gusts in upwards of 85 miles per hour. 85 miles per hour. That's pretty significant. That is pretty significant. So we got to really watch out for this. We have to 100% watch out for this as this moves off to the north. Omen, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. How are you? Now, if you guys want to watch the landfall of Hurricane Henri, I will be going live tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So it's all the more reason for you guys to turn on notifications if you subscribed. And if you haven't subscribed, please be sure to do so that I can get you guys the latest information, whether there's evacuations, tornado warnings, because there most likely will be a tornado threat prior to landfall, any sort of flooding. We'll have someone literally there near New York that'll be giving us live pictures and videos. We'll be actually talking to him as that happens. So we'll be giving you all sorts of information, live, accurate information as this thing approaches Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. So please, feel free to stick around if you haven't already. That'd be greatly appreciated. But let's take a look at that 3D again. I mean, just sheesh. Absolutely massive, swirling mass of convection. The thing, too, is that the National Hurricane Center has anticipated that this thing will intensify into an 80-mile-per-hour hurricane here relatively soon. So we're just waiting for that to, for this intensification period to continue to move off and continue to move on through. Let's take a look at the hurricane hunters here, see what they found. So now they have another drop sonde in the eye. Let's see what this is. 989 millibars at the surface, so a little bit higher than the extrapolated pressure, because the extrapolated pressure was at 984. This drop sonde right here that they taken, not sure if it's exactly at the center, but it's at 989 with winds west-northwest at 14 knots. So maybe it's not exactly at the eye, but what this tells me here with the drop sonde is that what they did is they flew here above the tropical system and they dropped a little probe, a little robot that tells us what exactly the conditions are within these areas. So you can see these winds here on the side of your screen, the wind barbs, and how this is moving off from the west west-northwest even in some instances too. So these are some westerlies and northwesterlies coming into the storm, meaning that they probably didn't take this right at the center. However, if you take a look here as well, if you take a look at this well, you can see the red line here at the center and the green line here. And the closer these are touching, the better it is for this eye. It tells you that there is actually a lot of humidity within this general vicinity. And so this definitely tells us that this thing has a very well-defined eye structure with not a whole lot of dry air. If there was a lot of dry air in the system, you would see this green line do a bunch of spiky crap and all of that. And that would potentially harm the hurricane and not allow it to intensify further. But because that is not the case, that is the reason why we are expecting this to intensify as this continues to move on through. Will it affect the water levels of the Chesapeake Bay at all? Most likely not. Most likely not. Do I think it will end up being a Category 1 hurricane? It already is a hurricane right now. It has maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour with a minimum pressure of 988 millibars, I should say. So right now, it is a hurricane, and it is expected to intensify further into a little bit stronger hurricane before it does weaken a little bit as it gets closer and closer to the coast. Whether or not it'll make landfall as a hurricane, it will all have to depend upon the next 6 hours between its intensifying phase. If it intensifies a lot more significantly than the National Hurricane Center expects, then this could be making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane once it continues to move on through. So really have to watch out for this. You're in Mass, not worried at all. It's not a big deal, just some wind, and Florida has 30 of these a year. Well, and for Mass, for you all, you guys should be fine, but for areas like Long Island, it'll be creating a pretty widespread flooding risk with a lot of power outages. So yeah, 100%. You have a lot of family in Massachusetts, New Hampshire, praying for their safety. I'm praying for all these people as well. So let's try and I say we all pray at our own separate times for their safety, 100%. And if they want, if they want to watch or to stay up to date with all the latest information as this thing does approach, I will be live streaming tomorrow. So if you haven't already, turn on notifications for the channel. The only way you can do so is by live streaming for the, by subscribing to the channel to stay tuned. So as I said, turn on channel notifications if you haven't already, because I will be going live at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you turn on channel notifications, you will be able to stay up to date with the live stream, and we'll be having all sorts of stuff there for you all. That does include beach cameras, live cameras within some of these areas. That includes radar analysis, satellite analysis, hurricane hunter analysis, all sorts of stuff there. Going to be in Nova Scotia, Canada, when Henri eventually makes its way there. Hopefully it's going to be low by then. Most likely will be. It'll be over land for an absorbent period of time. And I do want to actually go back into that. So thank you so much for reminding me too. Let's take a look at a zoomed out image of all of this currently ongoing. We're taking a look at the water vapor imagery because this shows us a whole view of what's happening around Henri. So right here is Henri, as you can tell for the most part. And then you also have this big upper level trough creating a lot of wind shear in this general pattern right here. And what this trough is doing is this trough is actually steering Henri a bit further towards the west, off into the general areas of New England and Long Island. So that's the reason why this thing is eventually going to continue to kind of curl a bit more. It had a bit more of a northern trajectory. Now it's going to be curling a bit more to the west and having a bit more of a northwesterly trajectory. Now, a lot of people are talking about how this thing is as small as it is right now, but it is expected to expand rather quickly, and there's going to be a lot of showers and thunderstorms here that are going to start to really form here. And it's going to be quite a widespread event of showers and thunderstorms as this continues to move off to the north. So really something to watch out for. Weren't you hit by a tropical storm last year? Yes, but that tropical storm moved really fast across that area. This storm is going to be moving slower and slower as it gets over the area and creating widespread flooding risk for much of these, much of the area impacted. So that's the reason why I'm a bit concerned for this these general areas, because they're not exactly prone to storm surge either. Any sort of flooding, they're not exactly prone to it, especially if this thing is going to move slower and slower on its approach, because more and more water could get washed up in some of these areas. And as I mentioned with this interactive map right here, if we go over to areas on the western side of the Long Island Sound, specifically around here near LaGuardia, you can see there's a expansive part of the runway here that actually is forecasted to be underwater. And that's not good. That's not good, because that could potentially create damages for an airport that could get quite busy in some periods of time. So very concerning for some areas here along the Long Island Sound. I'm really concerned for some areas here too. And even if we go up to Bridgeport, Connecticut here, look at how widespread the storm surge could actually get here. Blue areas indicate 1 foot or more of storm surge. Yellow indicates 3 feet of storm surge and above. And then areas in the orange, you might be able to see the little orange areas. That is over 6 feet of storm surge that is possible within your area. So very concerning here within some areas along that. And even if we take a look along the Sound, look at all these yellows, even some reds here too. Some yellows, oranges, and reds all along the northern coast of Long Island, indicating that there could potentially be some widespread storm surge within some of these areas. So very concerning here, as I mentioned. LaGuardia may flood often, but this thing is not just going to be flooded. It's going to be underwater in that portion. So that's the concern that I have. Doesn't NYC already have a flood problem in certain subway systems? Feel like this will be a big problem. That's what I'm talking about. You know, if we talk about Sandy for a second, you know, of course, Sandy is a lot more significant than this event, but it caused some major flooding across most of these areas. And, you know, with this same situation, that's going to most likely be the case as this continues to move closer and closer. And so most of these areas will most likely see flooding, not just from the storm surge either. Taking a look at the rainfall amounts here, some rain in these areas across portions from the Hudson River Valley all the way down into New Jersey and even along Long Island. You can see rainfall amounts can go in upwards of 10 inches of total rain. And I actually think there could potentially be even higher amounts in some localized areas. So that's the thing that I am very concerned about as this continues to move on through, is that if there is some areas that have consistent rainfall, could it be higher than forecasted? And if this thing continues to move slower and slower as it gets closer towards Long Island, I think that could definitely be the case, especially with higher amounts of storm surge along the Long Island Sound. So that's my forecast there, more or less. It's never wrong to be rather safe than sorry in this instance. But it's just based off of the topography here. That's just what I'm anticipating, with all the water basically being channeled in these areas and forced down. So this could be a big issue for areas near New York City, especially since that is anticipated to have 3 to 5 feet of storm surge around that area. What about Litchfield, Connecticut? Well, let me take a look here real quickly as to where Litchfield, Connecticut is, and then I will get you your information. So Litchfield, Connecticut is a little bit further inland, So it's not exactly anticipated to obviously get impacted in that regard, but rainfall amounts could be in upwards of 4 to 6 inches, maybe even in some localized areas 6 to 10 inches as well, because there are a little bit of orange dots there right along the border of Massachusetts and Connecticut. So I would not be surprised if localized areas could potentially get flooded. But the thing there, too, is that once you get further and further inland, flash flooding will be a major concern. And especially since it gets pretty mountainous here along the Hudson River, most of the rain could get accumulated into these streams, even rivers, creeks, and all sorts of stuff, even into valleys. And that can pose a major flash flooding risk, which is the reason why there is a moderate risk for flash flooding within this area here, indicated in red. A 20% chance that some areas here within this red could potentially see some significant flash flooding, and that's the major concern here. Notice how right in the bullseye is New York. Right in the bullseye is New York. So that's a big thing there. Could I explain what will happen on Staten Island? Yes, I can, 100%. So Staten Island here, if we take a look over at the... actually, let's go over to Radar Omega here real quickly. We'll go over to the 2D imagery. So Staten Island is in a tropical storm warning at the moment, and it is because it is expected to get tropical storm force winds across much of this area here, and that seems to be relatively consistent along the models. But the thing of it is here as well is that if we go over to the storm surge map here, you're expected to see in upwards of 1 to 3 feet of storm surge that is possible here within Staten Island. Maybe even higher amounts if you go further closer towards the actual harbor. But really something to kind of watch out for. And I'm going to take a look at the interactive map here to see what happens on Staten Island. And some storm surge amounts, depending upon where you actually are, there could be some localized areas of a little bit above 1 foot of storm surge. The big thing here that's kind of prohibiting this from not being as significant as it is because there are a couple barrier islands out here in front of this, as most of you know who actually live here, that actually are kind of preventing this from really kind of congealing into a major wave of storm surge. So the brunt of the impact will be here on Long Island and coastal New Jersey, but then some areas here along the lower New York Bay areas, right here, right within this general vicinity, could potentially see some storm surge. And even Coney Island here, take a look at that. Coney Island could potentially even see some storm surge as well. So really something to watch out for. Yep, take care, Kitty. Thank you for tuning on to the live stream, and I'll continue to give you as much information as much as possible. What about Old Lyme County in Connecticut? Yeah, so Old Lyme County is really kind of in the center of this for a potential impact. So, as I mentioned, you guys are anticipated, if you're along the coast, to get an upwards of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge possible. And if we take a look at the interactive map here, up towards Old Lyme, which is a little bit further towards the east of New Haven. Not exactly near New London, but it's right along the Connecticut River here. Some storm surge is expected within this area. You can see some of the blues and yellows within this general vicinity, and upwards of 1 to even 3 feet or above of storm surge is possible with this. On top of the expected rainfall amounts that are supposed to be 2 to 6 inches of rain. So, potential localized flooding is possible here, and we really have to watch out for that. As I said, I will be live streaming tomorrow, so I will be providing live updates as to what all will be happening within these areas. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, or if you live in these areas, feel free to subscribe and turn on notifications, because I will be doing so throughout much of the day, all the way through until it makes landfall. I will start the live stream tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and I will be covering it with you all as this continues to move on through the day. I might take a couple, like, 5-minute breaks every now and then just to get water and stuff like that, but I will keep you guys up to date as much as possible. So just to kind of get the word out, feel free to share my channel with people. That would be greatly appreciated, because it's all about getting the word out in this instance. If there's any sort of evacuations, tornado warnings, any sort of major flooding, like flash flood warnings across the board, I will inform you all day. What about Morris, Connecticut? Morris, Connecticut is a little bit further inland, so they're not exactly going to be impacted by the brunt force of the system similar to the coastline. But they are still expected to get localized areas of flooding in upwards of 4 to 6 inches, maybe even higher in some areas. So I would definitely watch out for the potential flooding and stay at higher ground. If you can stay in higher ground, that would be more beneficial for you all. And if there is ever a tornado warning within some of your areas, then of course, the best thing to do is get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. However, just in the instance that if there is flooding around your area and there is a tornado warning, then this one gets a little bit more complex. But the best thing to do is to don't go in your basement and go into the lowest innermost part of your building. All right, so that would be your first floor, not your basement, your first floor, and go into the lowest innermost part of your building that way. So that's the big thing right there. Good news is that it should be around or close to low tide when it makes landfall. I thought it was supposed to be high tide when it makes landfall. Hold up. High tide, Long Island. We'll just do Long Island for now. Sunday. High tide is 12:40. That's right around it when it makes landfall. That's right around when it makes landfall. So, and that's some pretty high tide there, too. Sheesh. That will be very interesting to watch out for, because if this does actually, at low tide, it's 6:34 a.m., all right? Low tide is 6:34 a.m. And then at high tide is 12:40 p.m. And the water levels rise from 2 feet to 22 feet. So that's a 20-foot difference. And if high tide continues to, rise higher and higher like that, we could even be talking about higher amounts of storm surge, more widespread flooding. So that's really concerning. That's definitely concerning. I'll have to watch out for that as much as possible. It's 2 miles from the coast. Okay, with storm surge. Well, that's good. That's good. Glad that you don't live exactly along the coast, because you might actually have to go a little bit further inland if you can. Is it slowing down yet? Some models have it stalling near the coast, which would be bad. Most likely it will be the case that it will continue to get closer and closer to the coast, and as it gets as it makes landfall, that's when it officially stalls. So, of course, we'd have to wait for the latest advisory. Ironically, I said I probably wouldn't live stream until I wouldn't live stream by the time it makes its advisory at 11 o'clock, because that's when the National Hurricane Center does update this system. However, it's 10:40 at the moment, and so I don't see any reason for me to stop the live stream until the latest advisory on Henri has been issued by the National Hurricane Center. So we might as well stay on until 11. We might as well stay on. As I said, continue to provide the latest information for you all as this continues to move on through. Thank you for the info about Windham, Connecticut area. Yeah, no problem. As I said, I'll continue to inform you all even until tomorrow. So if you guys want to stay tuned to that, that would be greatly appreciated. As I said, yeah, if you haven't subscribed already, you might want to do so, and you might want to turn on channel notifications so that when I do go live tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I'm going to beat it into your guys' heads until you guys remember. But 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when the live stream will start. We will have live cameras. We will have radar analysis, satellite analysis, hurricane hunter analysis, any sort of analysis you can think of for tropical systems. It will be here, and we will be giving it to you all. Nate, after Henri, there is another system that heads towards the Gulf of Mexico, according to the GFS, and I did talk about that a couple videos ago. I talked about the potential to where there could be the potential of a tropical system that could form in the latter stages of August into early September that could continue to move on through. So definitely something interesting that I'll have to watch out for after Henri moves on through. What speed is Henri moving right now? Henri is moving north-northeast at 18 miles per hour, so it's racing off still. It's still moving relatively quickly. However, the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center will probably slow it down just a smidge, but we'll have to see. As I said, we're waiting for that information as we get closer and closer. Also, one more thing here, too, is that if you know anyone who lives in these areas, tell them that I'm also live streaming as well, too. I'm sorry for all the self-promotion, but, you know, this information can be crucial to some people. I mean, this is most likely going to be a widespread life-threatening event, and I want to try and get the information out to as many people as possible. I really do. So appreciate it, School Glue. I appreciate it. What time does it hit Massachusetts? Well, luckily we have a model for that. Let's take a look at the HWRF model here. We're going to take a look at the radar, and look at this. As it continues to progress, you can see here is Long Island. That's an arrow. That's not my pen tool. Here's Long Island, coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket, Cape Cod, a little bit further north of that. As this continues to progress, it'll start to get really close to areas like Long Island and like Cape Cod here, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, at around 8 in the morning. 12Z is 8 in the morning. That's the time. That's the time conversion there from Universal Time to Eastern Daylight Time. So it gets really close here at about 8, which is the reason why I'm live streaming a little bit earlier than that at around 7. And then is expected to continue to get closer and closer. You can see these outer bands that actually impact Massachusetts here at around 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then as this continues to move off to the north, the landfall is anticipated somewhere here. Of course, this model takes it somewhere here near Rhode Island and Massachusetts. But landfall could be here from Long Island here in Connecticut, Long Island here, as well as coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, as I mentioned, even somewhere along Cape Cod and the southern portions of Massachusetts, sometime in between 11 and 2 p.m., I'd say even 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So all the information here for you all. Where do you think it is going to make landfall, and where's that other storm heading after Henri? So I think personally it could make landfall somewhere along Block Island. I think that could be potentially the case, which if it does, we have a camera on Block Island for you all, which will be pretty cool. If we actually see the eye of Henri, we'll be able to see it with that camera, so that's pretty cool. But, you know, landfall here in Rhode Island is also possible as well. Is it too soon to tell if Chenango County will be hit? You're in North Binghamton, New York, in a rural area of Afton. Well, in rural Afton, New York. So Chenango, I should say, Chenango County. Let's see if I can find it here. I just want to get a better grasp as to where it is with Google Maps. So I do believe that Chenango County could potentially be impacted by this system with the rainfall amount. And if we take a look here at the widespread rainfall, and someone even asked, what should New York City expect? I'll go right into that there as this continues to get closer and closer. Or as soon as I finish up with this analysis. You can see the rainfall amounts here as it gets closer and closer towards the Adirondacks get higher and higher. 6 to 10 inches of rain is possible within some of these areas. Widespread amounts of 2 to 4 inches of rain, even 4 to 6 inches of rain here within this general vicinity. Binghamton, I don't think will most likely be directly impacted by this. I think they'll get some rainfall amounts, not exceptionally high, but they could potentially get something here with the flash flooding, especially if you live in some of the valleys here. If you live in the valleys of some of these areas in the Adirondacks, you guys really could be in serious trouble. So something that we really have to watch out for, and you need to get into higher ground for the most part. So big time flash flooding could be possible within over there. And then, of course, someone asked about New York. New York is actually anticipated to get rainfall amounts from 2 to even 6 inches of rain possible within this. And with storm surge as well, depending upon where you live in New York City. Depending upon where you live in New York City. All right. If you live on the northern portions of Long Island to areas near the Bronx, and we'll even say Queens in this instance, because Queens is pretty close to East Rockaway Inlet, which actually I think it is that area. As I said, you know, don't exactly live in these areas, but I'm still trying to get the word out as best as possible. So if I offend areas, if I offend people who live in these areas, I'm sorry. But storm surge is going to potentially be a huge threat within some of these areas. Here in the Long Island Sound, you are anticipated to get storm surge as high as 3 to 5 feet, according to the National Hurricane Center. I personally think it'll be higher, and I would not be surprised if it actually is higher. So it's something that we really got to watch out for as this continues to get closer and closer, mainly because the wind will most likely get channeled here within the sound and push that activity closer and closer towards areas near Flushing, near LaGuardia, near New York City, and potentially cause localized flooding as well. And then areas here along Long Island, of course, 2 to 5 feet of storm surge is expected here, especially as you get progressively further east. The storm surge will most likely will be higher and higher. So that's the big thing right there. That's the big thing right there, is that storm surge will be a huge issue. Water will be a huge issue. And then I'll even do this too. We'll take a look at the expected winds around this. First things first, if you want to look at the time, top left-hand corner is where you will find it. Of course, it's a little bit off because this model run is a little bit late, but you'll find it up there. And then the maximum winds is at the bottom right-hand corner. These are sustained winds, not wind gusts. So wind gusts can be exponentially higher than this. If you find winds, say, at 70 miles per hour sustained, wind gusts could be 85 miles per hour. If you find maximum wind gusts at 75 miles per hour, 90 miles per hour. And then, of course, in increments of that much as you go higher and higher. So definitely something to watch out with that. But if you take a look here, as this approaches closer and closer to Long Island, you can see the coast of New Jersey and Delmarva actually as it gets closer and closer into view. Look at this. 74 mile per hour winds as a maximum wind speed from Henri as it gets closer and closer, with winds expected over here in New York City and the surrounding areas and upwards of 10 to 15, maybe even 20 miles per hour, maybe even up to 25 miles per hour if this thing tracks a little bit further west. This model really likes it to go a little bit further east, though, so that's the one thing to monitor with that. But if it does go a little bit further west, the winds will indeed increase, and wind gusts could potentially be even higher than that, potentially in upwards of 40 to even 45 miles per hour, which is the reason why there is a tropical storm warning for areas near New York City. So we gotta really watch out for that as this continues to progress further. And I'll have that information for you all tomorrow. As I said, we'll be going live, and I will have radar analysis. Take a look. We have a radar that's currently stationed right over Long Island. We even have a couple radars over here from some of the airports, JFK and Newark. So we got all sorts of different stuff here. And even according to that, there's a couple flash flood warnings over here in the Bronx and Queens that are causing some widespread flooding here. Look at this. Water rescues at the intersection of 4th and Carroll due to flash flood warning. So already there's impacts being felt from these storms. This isn't exactly attached to Henri, but this could be something that could be very similar to what could be happening when Henri comes ashore, because some massive amounts of storm surge and rain is expected within some of these areas. Flooding on the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel northbound Brooklyn side, all lanes closed, and Clinton Street entrance is closed. Big flooding over there, as well as a water rescue on 3rd Avenue beneath Gowanus Expressway due to flash flooding. Big time flash flooding in some of these areas, and that is expected to continue as this continues to move on through. We now have the latest advisory on Hurricane Henri. I do not have well, we're both going to be reacting to this at the same exact time, and here it is, the latest advisory of Hurricane Henri. 75 mile per hour maximum sustained storm with a minimum pressure of 987 millibars. It has quickly sped off a bit further to the north at 21 miles per hour. So really something to watch out for is that it is speeding up just a smidge, but then it is expected to slow down a bit further as it gets closer and closer towards the coast. They also have put up their discussion of this system as it continues to move up further and further. So let me read that here. The convective pattern associated with Henri is less ragged than it was 6 hours ago, as the convection has increased near the center, and the NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft reported a 25 nautical mile wide eye as it is formed. However, the hurricane has not yet strengthened significantly, as maximum winds remained around 65 knots in the southeastern eye wall, and the central pressure is near 987 millibars. Henri has moved a little to the right of the previous track at 18 to 20 knots during the past several hours. However, the cyclone now seems to be moving northward at an initial motion of 21 miles per hour. There's no change to the forecast track philosophy. A cutoff low located over the central Appalachians and a ridge building to the east and northeast of Henri should cause the storm to move generally northward tonight and then northwestward tomorrow as it continues to move on through. So big thing there from the National Hurricane Center that they do think this will continue on its trajectory, and they do think that it'll continue to be a relatively powerful storm on its approach. So here's the updated forecast cone for Henri. You can see it is expected to become a hurricane by around 8 a.m. Sunday morning, and then by 8 p.m. Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening, it is expected to be well on shore along the borders of Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. So it all depends upon whether or not it can continue its hurricane strength as it continues to move off further and further to the north. So we'll be getting all sorts of information for you all. As I said, we will be going live tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you want that information for you all, if you want to see the landfall and all sorts of the latest information in regards to flooding, tornadoes, or anything else, whether it's reconnaissance, radar, 3D imagery of both radar and satellite, I recommend coming back to this channel, because we will be providing all of that for you. We will even have webcams of beaches, cities, all sorts of stuff here for you. We will be providing an abundant amount of information for you all as Henri makes landfall. So if you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Share this channel with friends and family too as well, because they could even use this information, especially if they live in these areas. If they live in these areas, this information could be vital to them. This information could be vital to them, especially with the amount of rain and storm surge expected within these areas. So remember, 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when the live stream will start tomorrow morning. Landfall is expected to be at around 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The reason why it's so expansive is because I say 11 a.m. because that's around the time in which, if it does make landfall around Long Island, that's when it will do so. And then if it does make landfall along Rhode Island and Connecticut, 2 p.m. is around the expected time for that as well. Guys, first off, I just want to thank you all so much. We have now gotten to 13,100 subscribers. I really do appreciate it. I really do. We've gained so many subscribers here on YouTube. So thank you guys so much for that. So our channel continues to grow more and more. As I said, really do appreciate that. And we've also gotten above 225 likes. The one thing here with liking the live stream, liking the videos and stuff like that, is that YouTube actually gets these videos and spreads it out to people automatically just by you liking the live stream. So by doing that, you're actually getting information out to more and more people. And that information, as I said, could be vital, especially if someone who lives in these areas who's trying to find information on Hurricane Henri needs that information. And if they get that information, then they can plan accordingly. And so that's the big thing there. That's the big thing there, is that you're basically helping me get the information out to more and more people. So I appreciate everyone. I really do. What time is that in Central? That would be 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. What about Bantam Lake in Morris? Yeah, let's go take a look at that real quickly. So Bantam Lake in Morris, Connecticut, that's a little bit further inland, so that's the good news for you all. So storm surge is not expected to impact you all. The bad news is that localized flooding will most likely be the case, and I can anticipate some flash flooding around that lake, especially since rainfall amounts within a specific area. If you were to have a cup and you were to put it outside, you could expect 4 to 6 inches of rainfall, maybe even 6 to 10 inches of rainfall in that cup by the time the storm is done and over with. And if you think of it this way, if you have rain that starts to congeal along mountains and stuff like that, along the Hudson River Valley, all that rain in those higher elevations will eventually run off to the lower elevations, valleys, streams, lakes, and will cause potential flooding within some of these areas as well. So that's the big thing here, is that if you have higher ground, you most likely would want to seek it. That's the big advice that I could give for you. So heavy amounts of rainfall is expected across everywhere here in New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and even portions of Rhode Island as well. What about Paramus, New Jersey? Let's take a look at Paramus real quickly. So Paramus, New Jersey is right next to where a good buddy of mine lives. He actually lives near Fairlawn. So he's a little bit he's right around where your area is. And Paramus is in a tropical storm warning at the moment. If we take a look at Radar Omega, or it actually is around a tropical storm warning. I think it's in a tropical storm watch right now, but you can see right here. Actually, it looks like Paramus. Yeah, Paramus is in a tropical storm warning. Just barely, though, but it is in a tropical storm warning right now. So you guys could anticipate damaging winds and potentially even wind gusts in upwards of 40 to even 45 miles per hour in some areas. So yeah, there is a lot of activity that is expected within your area. And I definitely watch out for that as this continues to move on through. Paramus. Well, there we go. Sorry for mispronouncing that. As I said, I do apologize if I do offend people for mispronouncing their town names or even their names. Why is my phone going off? No, 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 no. That's not good. What about Martha's Vineyard? Well, Martha's Vineyard most likely will be impacted by this system. They are in a storm surge warning right now, and they are expected to get in upwards of 3 to 5 feet of storm surge within your general area. You can see here within the Buzzards Bay and the Nantucket Sound, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge is anticipated within this area. So I would highly advise seeking higher ground if you do live in those areas. And another thing too is that if we go over to the simulated wind here within some of these areas, Martha's Vineyard is actually anticipated to get some very strong sustained winds at or around 60 miles per hour by the time this system gets closer and closer to land. So this is a very strong storm that most likely will create impacts for areas along Martha's Vineyard. But that's the further west you go, the more intense it will be along that island. Now, if you're on the eastern side there, or even the northeastern side, you know, say areas near Tisbury and Oaks Bluff, the Vineyard Haven, that general vicinity, then for the most part, you guys are going to be, you're still going to get some very strong damaging winds, but you're not going to be getting, like, completely blown out of the water here. I mean, you might see some localized flooding within the harbor there in the bay, but I definitely think you guys could still potentially get impacted within the general vicinity. What about Islip, New York? How will they fare? Or Islip, I'm sorry. What about Islip? Thank you for actually doing the pronunciation at the end, because now I actually know for a future reference. So what about Islip? Well, Islip is expected to most likely be impacted, because if I remember correctly, they're actually on the island. And they are on the island right there, so there you go. So the big thing there is that they are expected, as I said, to get some exorbitant amount of storm surge, probably 2 to 4 feet, maybe even 2 to 5 feet of storm surge expected within some of those areas. So I'd definitely watch out for that. But if we take a look at the interactive map here of the storm surge here, and we go over to Islip, not expected to be a significant amount of storm surge within your area, just more or less for Fire Island and the barrier islands, more or less, like Long Island and other areas further east of that as well. So I think that'll be more or less a huge damaging wind risk and a potential flood threat from rain more than anything. I think you guys could still potentially get maybe a little bit of storm surge, but definitely a lot of rain, especially since the forecasted rain within your area is 6 to 10 inches of total accumulated rain. If you were to stick your cup outside and keep it within one area without it, moving along, so you might have to actually like glue it to, say, a patio or something like that. But if you were to have a rain gauge out there and you were able to see how much rain falls from the system, you would have somewhere in between 6 to 10 inches of rain expected. And it could even be even higher within some localized areas too. So really need to watch out for that. If you have higher ground, I highly recommend seeking it And then, of course, last but not least, damage due to trees and power lines. Especially widespread power outages with those power lines being knocked out. That's the reason why my live stream is going to be really essential tomorrow, because if power does go out in some people's houses, their Wi-Fi is most likely going to be out, and they're not going to be able to look at their local TV for their information. They're probably going to go to YouTube, most likely. And so that's the reason why I ask people, to share the information that I'm going to be going live on, tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, not 7 p.m., at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And that, you share that information with people who's on Facebook, for people who's on Twitter, people who's on any sort of social media platform. Just basically trying to get the word out as much as possible on a platform that is easily accessible to people who may not have Wi-Fi or may not even have a TV. Is the storm tracking towards New Brunswick? I definitely think the province of New Brunswick could potentially be impacted, but it probably won't be super significant. It's actually forecasted to be a post-tropical storm by the time it gets up there. So I'd say yes, you guys probably could get some strong damaging winds, maybe even some strong wind gusts. But other than that, not really too big there. $356 likes and 202 people watching. That's different. On my screen, it says 258 likes. But, we have been live streaming for 3 hours, so there's been a lot of people who've came and gone getting this information, too. What time will Henri make a landfall? Sometime around 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You're in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Will you be impacted? Well, Elizabeth, New Jersey is going to be a little bit on the eastern side, or western side, I should say, of these storms, but still could potentially be impacted by some potential storm surge and maybe even some flooding. And storm surge in some of these areas could be in upwards of 1 to 3 feet possible. Now, probably won't be a huge threat for you all. The main threat will most likely be the strong damaging winds across the area, as well as the potential flooding, with rainfall amounts could be in upwards of 2 inches to maybe even 6 inches in some spots. And it could even be higher if there's some localized areas that get consistent amounts of rain. I mean, if you take a look at it right now, let's take a look over at New York City. And you can see there's already few flash flood warnings from just these storms alone. Just these storms alone. And these storms have created 1 to 3 inches of rain within a short period of time. Imagine what will happen here with Henri. That right there is the most concerning thing about this, is that Henri will be creating more rain than these bands of storms, even though they're expected to have more rain from these storms. And it'll be on a widespread scale. So that's the big thing there, is that there's expected to be more rain within this area, and it will most likely create some flash flooding. And there's already been water rescues too. That's the thing. And Henri hasn't even made landfall yet. So that's the thing there. So if you were to ask if Elizabeth, New Jersey will be impacted, yes, I definitely think you guys could get some tropical storm force winds in upwards of 40 to even 50 miles per hour as a wind gust. Sustained winds will probably be a little bit less, but definitely still could get a whole lot of activity there. And then the flooding risk will be pretty expansive as well. You said Pine Orchard or near New Haven was damaging wind gusts and flooding possible. Bring up that onshore flooding map, maybe? Yeah, 100%. So let's go over here to that flooding thing. And here's New Haven right here. And New Haven, as I said, storm surge will most likely be a factor here. You can see the storm surge. The blues indicate 1 foot or above of storm surge. Yellow is 3 feet or above, and orange is 6 feet and above. There are a couple oranges in there if you can actually squint hard enough. And so storm surge will most likely be the case here across much of the Long Island Sound. All right, that's the big thing right there, is that most of these areas most likely will be impacting. Look at this here in Bridgeport. Look at how widespread this is. That is a pretty big risk for storm surge within some of these areas. Pretty big risk. And then, of course, if you even if you continue to move further and further east, storm surge continues to be the threat over there. But the thing about it is, as you continue to move further and further east, there actually seems to be a lot more of intertidal action there as well. So a lot of swampland that ends up getting the storm surge instead. But still, a lot of activity there to say the least. Will Union Beach okay? Yes, I will take a look and see if where Union Beach is. Union Beach, New Jersey, which is on the northern end right there. So let's go take a look and see what the storm surge is possible with this. And Union Beach isn't anticipated to get a whole lot of storm surge, most likely due to Sandy Hook right here, the barrier island that's right next to the Highlands. So all the rain and storm surge is most likely going to prohibit it from moving further westward. But the wind that's coming from the north and moving down southward, you guys could potentially get some localized areas of storm surge within your area as well. But yeah, for the most part, I would have to say that you guys could potentially be getting some action here from the system. Not exactly from a storm surge perspective, but from a rainfall perspective. Rainfall in your area actually is expected to be 4 to 6 inches of rain. And just for reference here, as I said, I keep going back to this because this is a good example. There's these thunderstorms that are currently over New York City right now that have produced 1 to 3 inches of rainfall already. And there's already water rescues within some of these areas. And so if you can imagine what Henri is expected to bring, especially within some areas here in Long Island, of 6 to 10 inches of rainfall, on top of the storm surge, it could potentially be a lot worse. Can the Western Shift pull Henri enough to split Long Island into 2? Well, I personally think the system will be a bit further to the east of Long Island. It'll be right around here and here when it makes landfall, sometime around that general vicinity. I'll actually include it a little bit more so that it's just to the west of Martha's Vineyard. But sometime right within there, somewhere right within there is where I expect it to make landfall. Don't exactly think it'll split Long Island in 2. This is just mostly where the bands of rain are going to be at. They're going to be right along that area. It's going to basically congeal into a massive blob of showers and thunderstorms. It'll become a huge flooding risk. You live in Massachusetts. When Donna hit, we took a car ride a few days later down the Cape and saw a massive tree fall, much like a nuke would flatten them. And that's expected to be the case here as this continues to get closer and closer. If we play that wind here, the expected wind from Hurricane Henri, you can see the massive wind field here extends quite far. You can see Cape Cod all the way over to places of eastern Long Island, or eastern and western Long Island, even central Long Island in that general vicinity. A very expansive wind field from the system is expected, and it's going to create widespread events, most likely toppling trees and power lines, causing all sorts of power outages. And that's the reason why my live stream will be essential tomorrow, because I will be giving information out to people who most likely won't have all sorts of Wi-Fi, and they'll have to go onto social media for their information. So that's the reason why I say, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, share my channel with them, because I will be going live tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And I will be live streaming all throughout the day here. as this continues to move on through. So subscribe and turn on notifications. Big thing there is to turn on notifications, because whenever I do go live, you do not want to miss any of the data that I provide. We have live cameras across the board. We have radar and satellite analysis that we can even turn into 3D analysis. We have hurricane hunter analysis that will be going consistently into these storms to that will figure out as to what areas could have the most intense winds. We will also have all sorts of flooding analysis as well. So you guys really need to stay tuned to this channel for the latest information. As I said, subscribe and turn on notifications. Big thing there. What is the tornado risk associated with Henri? So it will most likely be on the northeastern side of the storm, and will basically consist of mainly weak tornadoes, but they will be very unpredictable in nature, and they will be very sporadic if they do start forming. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see as this continues to progress and how that tornado threat evolves. And if there are tornado warnings, as I said, I will be updating you guys because I will be live on it. Let us see. High tide. Will it affect the storm surge? Yes, it will, 100%. That's the reason why I think the Long Island Sound will actually get more storm surge than it actually is anticipated. And that's the reason why I think flooding could be significant and potentially life-threatening. So we really got to watch out for that. When did the rain even come from in New York? So the thing of it is first off, here is Henri. Even if I play the loop here, let's play the loop. You can see how it actually spins and rotates right within here. It looks pretty cool, to be completely honest with you. But you can see all these showers and thunderstorms that are actually being pushed off from here. Half of it is from Henri. Half of it is from upper level trough that's kind of stationed over Virginia. And I'll actually show you guys the water vapor imagery here of this system. Of course, it's going to load just a smidge, but I'll be able to show you. Here's Henri right about here. And here is this massive trough that's basically guiding Henri into the general vicinity of New England and New York City. And so what's happening here is this upper level low is creating a lot of this wind shear, and it's pushing the wind shear basically off to the north and even to the north and west. So what's going to happen is instead of Henri moving north, it's going to move west. It's going to move northwest and guide into the general area of either Long Island, Rhode Island, or Connecticut and cause your impacts that way. So that's the big thing there as this continues to approach, is that it won't be moving north anymore. It'll be curling off further and further to the north and west. Superstorm Sandy really scared you. Is Hurricane Henri less powerful? Yes, it most likely will be less powerful, but the flooding impacts most likely will still be very sporadic. So the thing of it is, I think most people can actually agree, if they live in these areas, is that this general vicinity isn't exactly the best well-equipped for tropical systems. Even in nor'easters, there is flooding with systems like that. So having a hurricane in itself do damage like this, this could potentially be, as I said, life-threatening to areas that will be impacted. Do I think that there will be any possible tornado watch? There most likely will be a tornado watch within these areas. It'll be a very relatively skinny tornado watch, but I do believe that there will be a tornado watch nevertheless for areas that could see tornadoes. One thing that I do recommend for people who do live in these areas is that if you guys, well, this is more or less an anticipation factor. If you guys do run out of power, make sure you charged up your battery packs if you have any, or keep batteries on standby so that way you may have power for yourself. Make sure you know where your flashlights are and your food, all sorts of stuff, as well as assuming that if you do have a power outage, your refrigerator and your freezer most likely will go out, and it will most likely start to begin to heat up and more or less kind of melt all sorts of stuff. So a good thing too is that if you have any water bottles, freeze them. Freeze a couple of water bottles. That way it'll be more of a coolant, and it'll keep everything relatively frozen, even if you don't have power. So that's a good thing there as well. And then, of course, if you have generators, make sure that your generator, your emergency generator, is not inside the house, all right? Make sure it has some sort of ventilation. So if you put it in, say, your garage, open your window a little teeny bit so that that way carbon monoxide actually goes out the window. It doesn't go into your house, because carbon monoxide poison does kill people, especially if you don't have power and you're trying to start that generator. Carbon monoxide poison has had a history of killing people in the past. So big thing there for people who could be impacted. How'd the upper level low come into Virginia and push it northwest? It just formed, more or less. It just formed over the Great Lakes, pushed on through. And with low pressure systems, they have counterclockwise spin. If you have wind shear, that typically guides tropical systems. And so it's basically kind of pushing it a bit further with its wind shear. Dominic Bollock, hello. Welcome to the live stream. How are you? Gulfstream made this so much powerful, unlike Sandy. Yep, and Sandy, the thing of that is, too, is that Sandy actually sped up really quickly as it moved on through. With Henri will actually slow down on its approach to New England and New York City, and will actually create a localized flooding risk that way. It'll basically sit over there and dump inches of rain over some of these areas. So that's the reason why this could potentially be a life-threatening situation for people within these areas. The cone is shifting away from New York City and Fairfield County. The winds will be weaker than initially expected, which is good. Biggest concern for the area is flooding. The only issue with that, as I said, is that it's expected to be very widespread with its damaging winds. And so, as I mentioned, there most likely will be power outages within these areas and trees down within the widespread vicinity. So flooding will most likely be the impact. But you also can't disregard the tornado threat. And you also, actually flooding will most likely be the case there too. As well as areas that could get channeled, wind that could get channeled. Long Island Sound. The Long Island Sound is a good thing to watch out for. Well, bad thing, I should say. Because all that wind will be channeled right in the middle there, and it will cause some potentially major flash flooding and storm surge from the system. And I actually could potentially think that storm surge could be higher in some of these areas. I want to see if they actually have updated the storm surge here, if they have or if they have not, and they have. It's relatively the same for the most part. Storm surge is expected to be 3 to 5 feet of storm surge here along the Long Island Sound from Flushing all the way over to Montauk, and even further along coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. So definitely something to watch out for as that continues to move on through. But let's take a look here. As I said, the expansive wind field, you can see here from Henri is expected to be pretty expansive, really expansive actually. And then if we take a look at the 925 millibar winds here, this shows you as to the potential gusts, more or less, that could be within these areas. And just by looking at this, we have a lot of wind across the board within these areas that could get 20, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts within some of these areas. So we need to watch out for that. Even an upwards of 90 mile per hour wind gusts around the center area of low pressure. We can even see as this continues to get closer and closer towards landfall, that wind gusts could be in upwards of 85 to even 90 miles per hour still within some of these areas. So we really need to watch out for this as this continues to propagate further northward into places like Long Island, like Connecticut, like Rhode Island, like Massachusetts. Now, I will say one thing. The models have trended this system a lot further to the east of Long Island here. So The Long Island may not exactly get the landfall of this tropical system, but it will get a catastrophic amount of rain and storm surge as well. And as I mentioned, there's already been these couple showers and thunderstorms that have already created some massive flooding. I mean, there's already been water rescues within some of these areas. There's even roads that are closed within some of these areas as well. Multiple vehicles stranded. So, with these storms here over in New York, they've created rainfall amounts between 2 and 3 inches already. It's expected that Henri will create more than that. And that's the main concern here. That's the big concern, that flooding most likely will be widespread within some of these areas and could impact areas, even tunnels. Tunnels and the subway system most likely could get flooding from this system. Will it hit as a Category 2 hurricane? Most likely not, in my honest opinion. Most likely not, in my honest opinion. So definitely something to watch out for, though, if it does end up, intensifying significantly. We haven't taken a look at the Hurricane Hunter analysis in a hot minute, so we'll take a look at that there in a second. But I'm going to take a look at Goshen, New York, because someone asked if Goshen, New York is going to get impacted. And they definitely can. I definitely think that they'll get some strong damaging winds and upwards of 40 miles per hour. So tropical storm force, not exactly super strong to people, on a normal day. But the main concern here for you all is going to be the flash flooding. The terrain is pretty hilly off into that general vicinity and even very mountainous as well. So if you do have consolidated areas of water that start forming along the mountains, I mean, already there's anticipated to be 2 to 6 inches of rain expected to fall within that area. But consolidated amounts that get trapped into creeks, streams, rivers, even valleys and stuff like that, this could potentially create a very life-threatening flash flooding event as well across most of these areas. So we really need to watch out for that as well. You're on Peconic Bay, Long Island. Well, I will be live streaming tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time all the way through until the landfall of this event. So if you want to stay tuned and get the latest information with that, you can. As for what exactly is expected to happen with your general vicinity, storm surge is expected to be relatively high. As a matter of fact, if I take a look at the storm surge here for you all, you can see that storm surge is expected to be within your general vicinity in upwards of 3 to 5 feet. So that's going to be pretty considerable for areas that are not exactly, the best well-equipped for stuff like this. So we'll definitely have to continue to watch out for that. If you have higher ground, please seek it during the system. But yeah, if you haven't already, the best way to stay tuned to the channel is by subscribing and turning on notifications. If you go down here, I'll go to, my YouTube channel here or whatever. Go to my YouTube channel. We'll go to a video here. All right. Somewhere down here. Actually, we'll go to a separate account. Go to a separate account here and show you what I mean. This is my alternate account. All the way down here, big subscribe button right here that'll definitely help out. And then right next to that is a little bell button. That bell button will keep you up to date as to when I will be going live. And if you hit that bell button, you will know when I'm going live. It'll send you a little notification. You will know. You will know. And then, of course, there's the little join button for people who are asking earlier. So it's right next to the subscribe button. But as I said, you don't have to. So yeah, that's the big thing there. So let's take a look at that reconnaissance, shall we? Do I think we will see, we may see flash flood emergencies tomorrow? We might. There's the possibility. I think it's too early to say for sure. So it looks like the NOAA reconnaissance craft has actually departed. So they have went back home, more than likely. But the hurricane hunters from the Air Force have not. They have actually went through the tropical system, and they found a low pressure system of 987 millibars with hurricane force winds. Look at this, hurricane force winds at flight level. So there you go. The system still is continuing to churn about more and more. And we even have another reconnaissance mission that's going to be heading out into the system. So two Hurricane Hunter aircrafts that are going to be heading out into Hurricane Henri. And so you can even take a look at that right here. There's even a drop zone right here of the northeastern eye wall. And the thing of it is that there's some very strong winds above the surface, just a smidge above the surface, about 2,000 feet. But then right at the surface, winds are about 50 miles per hour. So not exceptionally strong here in the northeastern quadrant. But the Hurricane Hunters are now making a pass to the west here. They're going due west. And then what they're going to do is they're going to turn at a 45-degree angle and approach from the northwest going down to the south and east. And this southeastern quadrant is where the Hurricane Hunters have consistently found very strong sustained winds and upwards of 75 to maybe even 80 mile per hour winds. And they're not even gusts. Wind gusts could even be higher than that. So I'm really interested as to what those Hurricane Hunters could potentially find as they get closer and closer towards the center of Henri. But really something to watch out for. You're in Deer Park. I have to drive your girlfriend to the doctor, and just said on Monday morning. Any chance of that being possible? Let's see. I'll try and see if I can figure that out here for you. So just give me a couple seconds. So Deer Park, New York, which is along the island, of course. It's center part of the island, and you want to get to. Sorry if I butcher the name. Ceoset. And I definitely think it could be. I'd say there's a small chance of that being possible. I mean, I definitely think there's a possibility, but the rainfall amounts that are anticipated from this storm are expected to be relatively high. I'll see. Have they updated it? No, they have not. So the same image right here shall go. Rainfall amounts within that general vicinity is expected to be 6 to 10 inches of rain, and if 2 to 3 inches of rain, or actually 1 to 2 inches of rain here within these areas of New York near the Bronx and Queens are posing flash flood warnings, and people need, water rescues and stuff like that. I can only imagine what's going to happen within some of these areas here in Long Island. So I would have to say, there's a chance, but I'd say it's a small chance, honestly. How often do Hurricane Hunters enter the storm? Depends upon what storm and where it's going, where it's at as well. Alrighty, we're going to be wrapping it up here relatively soon, probably within the next couple, I'd say probably 10-15 minutes, honestly. As much as I do want to see what this pass is here live, I'm probably going to have to get to bed relatively early tomorrow just for my live stream. So, because I am going to want to stay relatively rested. I probably will get a cup of coffee while I do live stream, but yep. Excuse me. No, Sam. No. Probably not. It'll probably just be me and Morgan tomorrow. Let's refresh this. Yeah, so there's the 13th mission. And there's the other aircraft that launched out of Savannah. So yeah, there you have another reconnaissance that's going to be heading into the storm. Also, another thing here too is that if you know anyone who lives in these areas, recommend them my channel, please, because I'll be getting information out as much as possible. And the thing of it is as well, is that power outages are anticipated within these areas. So say these guys lose power. They will most likely lose Wi-Fi, they will most likely lose their cable, and they're probably going to go to either Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube for their information. And that's the reason why I'm live streaming tomorrow on YouTube, is because I'll be getting this information out to as many people as possible. So if these guys know that my live stream is already out there already, boom, they know exactly who to come to for information. And as I said, I'm going to be trying to get as much information out as possible for these people. You know, there's going to be so much ongoing tomorrow that there's going to be a lot. So, a lot of stuff here. Look at this. Radar displaying from the tail radar, the eye of Hurricane Henri. So look at this. Look at this right here. Here's your radar from the Hurricane Hunters itself. The Hurricane Hunters have a radar on their tail. And there's the eye. Look at it. You can see how it actually swirls in a counterclockwise motion right within here. A lot of strong showers and thunderstorms. And so this is a pretty gnarly storm right here. You're in New Hampshire, so how bad will it be in New Hampshire? It probably won't be super significant for you all, although you are expected to have, at maximum, I'd say probably 2 to 4 inches of rain, maybe even 2 to 6 inches of rain. However, the big risk will most likely be flash flooding, especially within consolidated areas of streaks, creeks, rivers, and valleys, because a lot of the rain could form into runoff and then, of course, create your storm surge there. So that's the big issue with all of that. One thing that I also want to mention, too, that'll actually enhance the flooding risk is that this general vicinity of the Northeast is relatively saturated, if you will. They've had a lot of rain for quite some time. And that rain is going to make the ground relatively moist, already saturated as well, relatively wet for the most part. And so it'll basically just kind of accumulate and allow the existing rain from Henri to basically stack on top of it. And that's going to create a big flooding risk already. So that's something that we really need to watch out for. Is there a tornado risk with this? Yes, but it's as of right now, a marginal tornado risk. We'll go over to tomorrow, and you can see right there is a 2% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius across portions of New England, including some areas of Long Island as well. And it's just going to be really interesting, to say the least, as to what all could be happening. That eye is right on top of a power plant. Is it expected to be? Because if that's the case, that's going to be pretty crazy. Now, I know power plants are expected to withstand like tornadoes and stuff like that. So I'm not exactly sure if, it would be the same instance here, because with hurricanes, it's a lot more consistent. With tornadoes, they just go through and then 5 minutes later they kind of pass, or maybe even 10 minutes later. But with hurricanes, they keep at it for an absorbent amount of time. And that's the reason why there's so many widespread impacts with systems like this. Will Delaware be hit? Most likely by some outer bands, but nothing too significant from the actual main damaging winds. Now, one thing that I want to show you all here real quickly, 2 things before we actually start wrapping it up, is I want to show you all the 3D, 3D imagery from GR2 Analyst here. We can actually show you the 3D of the rain. And look at this. Take a look at this, guys. Look at this 3D of the clouds and the rain wrapping around the system. That is pretty crazy to say the least. And imagine when it gets closer and closer to the radar, where we will actually be able to see it with a lot more high definition. So that's pretty cool there to see the 3D of the system in that sense. But then we also have 3D analysis here from both satellite and radar on Radar Omega as well. And you can see the satellite imagery and how this thing has consistently been wrapping around a lot of convection here for the most part. But here's the 3D analysis that I was talking about from satellite imagery. And take a look at this. This puts into all sorts of perspectives as to the heights of the clouds and the activity as this continues to move on through. And so we'll be having all of this data here, and especially what it looks like tomorrow, as it could potentially be forming an eye as it gets closer and closer to the coast. Kind of looking scary, huh, Nate? Yeah, it definitely looks a bit scary. I'd have to agree. Looking at the size of the plane and the size of the eye, postulate the width of the bands. It's a big, wide storm. The width of the height of Henri. So the width, I'd say, of the eye, I thought is what? 21, no, either 21 or 25 nautical miles is what they said. But the actual width of the actual storm is pretty expansive. Probably a radius of, what, 150 to 200 miles? No, a little bit less than that. Let's get our drawing tool here. We got a drawing tool here for a reason. Nope, never mind. I'm sorry. It's kind of 430 miles. That's how wide it actually expands. So yeah. That's pretty crazy in itself. So sheesh. But yeah, we have all sorts of tools from this. All sorts of different gadgets, gizmos. We'll be able to show the intensity of Henri as it gets closer and closer. So let's see what the hurricane hunters are doing now. It looks like they are still looks like they're still moving through here. They're not exactly making their turn yet. What the heck just happened with this? What happened with this mission? Oh, that's the other one. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, it still looks like both the hurricane hunters from the Air Force are still going to be investigating the system. So that's the good news for the latest information on that. Guys, I just want to say thank you guys so much for subscribing to the channel. 13,121 subscribers strong. I really do appreciate you all helping me, especially with getting the information out. Just to, as I said, drive it home. I will be going live tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. If you want to stay up to date with that, I don't have my live stream scheduled yet, but I will have, right after this live stream, I will have the actual, I'll have the thumbnail completed, I'll have the time set up so that it actually is there, and you can even set a reminder that way. The best way to stay up to date as to when I'm going to be going live is by subscribing and then hitting the bell button right next to that subscribe button. That's the best way. And you do not want to miss any sort of information that's coming out of this, because this, as I said, information from tropical systems can flip on a switch. Evacuations can get ordered. Flash flood warnings can be ordered, or even flash flood emergencies could be issued. Tornado warnings could be issued. All sorts of stuff can change. And so that's the reason why, yeah, I'm going to continue to try and get as much information out for you as possible. Stupid question, is a sound smaller than a lake? It depends. So a sound is more or less kind of like a bay. But, you know, of course there's larger lakes than, say, specific sounds. Like Lake Okeechobee. Lake Okeechobee is a good example. Emergency warning in New York? Well, there's a bunch of flash flood warnings over there. No flash flood emergencies. Yeah, I saw that they have a bunch of cameras on Long Island. I've actually got a couple that I'm going to be using for tomorrow. So we'll be able to have live cameras, live radar, live hurricane hunters, live satellite. I'll be showing you guys practically everything. And we even have a guy who lives around New York who's going to be getting impacted by the storm as well. So we have all sorts of activity here for you all expected in tomorrow's live stream. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff here that's really starting to kind of come together here at the last second. Who is Morgan? Morgan is a good friend of mine who lives near New York. And he's going to be our informant for tomorrow. Yeah, for people who might have received alerts on their phone, if they live near New York, specifically around, Kings and Queens County, specifically like Brooklyn and Queens, as well as areas over here in Nassau and New York counties, you guys are kind of under a flash flood warning right now. Even Bergen, Essex, Hudson, and then, of course, New York, Manhattan County, all of which are under a current flash flood warning with ongoing water rescues at the moment. There are a plethora amount of water rescues that are ongoing at this time. And there isn't even a whole lot of rain that has fallen from this. About 1 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen. And, if you think of it that way, think of what will happen when Henri makes impacts. They're expected 4 to 6, even 10 inches of rainfall within some areas along Long Island. That's going to be pretty significant. And 100% life-threatening as well. Can you send any pictures via Instagram for tomorrow? Yeah. I'll have Instagram around. So I definitely will. It looks like the system is now starting to gather a lot more showers and thunderstorms, and it's starting to surround itself a little bit. So the eye is starting to get surrounded by a lot of these showers and thunderstorms, and this will favor a strong intensifying phase as it continues to propagate further northward. So we really have to watch out for this, as I mentioned. Yeah, big time flash flooding. Am I streaming all night? No, I'm gonna be heading off here within the next few minutes. It's actually about to be midnight. Holy crap, I've been live streaming for quite some time. I probably need to go and get some sleep, don't I? Probably would be recommended, right? Local news was saying it looks like it might take more of an easterly track, and that seems to be the case with some of the models as well. It does look like, for the most part, even according to the cone of uncertainty, which actually, I'll pull up Radar Omega as well while this thing is doing the live satellite imagery. The center of the cone of uncertainty. Actually, let's bring out the cone of uncertainty. Let's do that. There we go. So there's the cone of uncertainty right here. And you can see the cone, the cone actually expands from eastern portions of Long Island all the way over to areas near New Bedford and even Martha's Vineyard. The thing of it is with this is don't exactly, don't focus on the center of where the cone of uncertainty actually is, because it could be anywhere within this area. It could be here, it could be here, it could be here, it could be here. It could be all sorts of areas within that general vicinity. The center obviously is the area with the highest likelihood, but any sort of probability that they think could potentially make landfall, that's where they put in the cone of uncertainty. So it definitely seems as if the center will most likely be further off to the east than areas of, the areas of Long Island. But the reason why there's going to be so much rain with this system is because a lot of these showers and thunderstorms are going to be really trapped over here in places like Connecticut, like Long Island, like New York City. And that's going to pose your major flood risk here as well. So it's going to be one of those things where we have to continue to watch out for this. I was out getting supplies a few hours ago, and there was a tropical storm strength rain band in Bay Shore. Yep, it's already expected to get some showers and thunderstorms to move off across this general vicinity. Have I seen the Mississippi tornado videos from today? No, I have not, actually. I haven't really been paying attention to a lot of the severe weather over there, so all sorts of stuff. Just have to say I do not like being right on tropical hurricanes. Could be right. 85 mile per hour Henri as a maximum peak intensity. I could see that happening. I could definitely see that happening as a maximum peak intensity. And sometime tomorrow morning we could be seeing that as well. 85 mile per hour Hurricane Henri as it gets closer and closer to the coast. But we'll have to see. Is there a chance the storm may take a sharp turn? After it dies, yeah. It'll be taking a sharp turn off towards most likely areas near Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. But as of right now, it seems to be kind of just guiding itself a bit more into like a northwesterly track. All right, let's take one final look here at the hurricane hunters before I do head off. They are making their other pass into the system, so that's definitely going to be something to watch out for. Do I want to do it? You know what? I'm putting a poll up in chat. Should I stay up for this hurricane hunter pass into the center of Henri live with you all? Question mark. Yes and no. There you go. There is the poll. It is in the chat. Yes or no? But yeah, this is as I said, pretty intense storm. And it really is starting to wrap around its convection too. That's starting to get concerning. You can also see here as well, this right here on the southwestern side of the system. You can see this band that's starting to swirl inwards, and that's going to be pretty gnarly right within there too. So we really have to watch out for that. Because if that can swirl its showers and thunderstorms here, and then of course you have your massive ball of convection on the eastern side, if that swirls around, this thing could intensify significantly. And then we could be talking about a landfall as a hurricane. I mean, there's already hurricane warnings in effect, but they're thinking that this will be a tropical storm upon landfall. This could potentially be a Category 1 hurricane upon landfall as either 80 or 75 mile per hour hurricane. So I guess we'll have to see. Laura, thank you so much for supporting the channel by becoming a channel member. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. For those of you who don't know, channel members basically are kind of like sponsors to the channel. It's the most efficient way of me getting income really on YouTube to continue to keep doing this stuff. Only $5. I don't believe in charging a lot of money. That's kind of stupid, but what Laura now gets is she will actually end up being shouted out in all of my live streams by, if you look at the bottom part of your screen here, you can see, obviously you have the scrolling text about what's happening with Henri, but then you also have the stuff like the storm surge warning stuff. You also have localized impacts, but then there's also a couple of slides every now and then that shout out our channel members, and Laura will actually have her name there tomorrow during the live stream. And then you also will potentially see some potentially exclusive content. I'm thinking about creating a short update video in the evening for members only. Of course, I'm going to upload videos every single morning still, but I'm going to upload small, little teeny small videos that give brief updates as to what's happening with Henri, just to keep people up to date. They won't have any ads on them because that's kind of stupid as well. No, $5 a month. $5 a month. It's kind of like a subscription for Twitch. But yeah, she'll have exclusive content. She's supporting the channel by $5 a month. She'll have her name shouted out. All sorts of content there for you. So thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. It seems as if the vote is an overwhelming yes, that I'm going to have to stay through and watch this past with this. So now I have no issue with staying up as well, because I'll just, you know, drink my life away with coffee tomorrow morning. But still, we'll have all sorts of stuff here with this system that is going to be coming out. So I guess now it's the waiting game. What's Twitch? Twitch is a another streaming platform that I'm actually currently live streaming on. That is mainly meant for games, for video games and stuff like that. But they have their version of subscriptions is the same thing as becoming a member on YouTube. It's $5 a month, unless if you want to charge more and stuff like that. So yeah. Is it still shifting east? Yeah, it's expected to continue to keep moving eastward. But I'd say somewhere within this cone of uncertainty right here. So somewhere in between East Hampton and Martha's Vineyard and New Bedford is where you can anticipate your landfall. Somewhere right within here. And that would be in the time period of 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time all the way over to 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. As I said, we will be live streaming, all right? We will be live streaming from 7 a.m. and onwards, most likely throughout the entire day. So if you guys want the latest information, whether it's live web cameras along the beaches, live radar analysis, live satellite analysis, and even live analysis from someone who actually is there being impacted, he'll show us his perspective as to what all is happening. And much, much more, including aircraft recon from the Hurricane Hunters. Please, please subscribe and turn on notifications. Hit the bell button right next to that subscribe button, so that way you do not miss a single thing. Can I show my face if I can tomorrow? I most likely will be showing my face when we do the dual screens. And for the people who are have been on my channel you will know what that is. But how do you become a channel member? So becoming a channel member, you would have to go down. Let's see. And this is if you wanted to support the channel. This is if you wanted to support the channel. Let's go to Tropical Tidbits video, for example. All right. Oh, wait, he doesn't have the membership thing. That's funny. All right, well, never mind. Let's just go to my channel then. And let's go to the video that I uploaded earlier today. And let's switch accounts here so that it looks exactly like what it typically would be. All right, so here's my video. You can see, all right, we're full screen. We're looking at everything and all. If we go down to the bottom, obviously down here is the subscribe button. But then right next to it is this little join button right here. And the join button shows you another button that says join. As I said, $5 a month. You get loyalty badges for however long you become a member. And then you also get exclusive emotes and stuff like that, as well as exclusive content. So yeah, that's basically how you do it. And that's not what I wanted to do. We are, holy crap, we are 21 followers away from getting 1,000 followers on Twitter. The one thing about with Twitter is that I do actually upload information on Twitter whenever I'm not on YouTube. So if you want to stay up to date and you have Twitter, just hear the nonsense that I say, or you want to hear information that I spew out. Like, for instance, I retweeted this information. I believe this is from the governor of... no, I don't think this is the governor of Connecticut. There's some political figure here along Long Island that is issuing voluntary evacuations. Especially along Fire Island. So voluntary evacuations from Fire Island, they will stop. They've actually already stopped. So if you wanted to get off, you can't now. But it's been pretty significant. You stayed in Maine. If you need info and current stuff in your area, you can let me know. That would be greatly appreciated. It seems more or less that Maine most likely will not be impacted as much, but that's the good news. So is Connecticut safe? Well, I mean, as of right now it is, but later on tomorrow, most likely not. Most likely they will get more impacts and stuff like that from flooding, storm surge, and all sorts of other activity. And potentially even a small tornado risk as well. So, all sorts of stuff there. Hurricane hunters are still progressing further to the south and east. You can see how close it actually is to the eye. And the big thing here, the reason why I'm so curious about the hurricane hunters right now is because if you look at this band of showers and thunderstorms right here, this is the big thing that we actually have to watch out for. This band right here of massive showers and thunderstorms, this is most likely going to surround the center area of low pressure system and allow it to intensify, maybe even intensify rather rapidly. And so this is going to be relatively significant. Branford and East Haven, Connecticut have evacuations in place by tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Geez, so yeah, that's pretty intense as well. So evacuations across the board has been issued, I should say. And people need to heed that. People need to heed those warnings. Oh, there's a lot of buoys in the pathway of this system. So we'll be able to see these buoys too as this continues to move on towards the north. So we have all sorts of information ready for you all. We'll refresh that. It's not completely in yet. Yeah, no, it's just latest information that we're trying to get out. So the big thing here, as I mentioned, with the hurricane hunters is that they have found hurricane force winds within some of these areas here on the eastern side of the storm. And that's the reason why I really want to take a look at this, because if I want to see what that eastern side of the storm is currently doing. I'm actually the most interested in that side more than any part of the actual system. And so the thing that is expected, that is anticipated, is that this storm will most likely wrap around those hurricane force winds around the center area of low pressure, around the eye of the hurricane, if you will. And it'll be something to watch out for. But how strong those showers and thunderstorms are on the east side of the system is what I'm most interested in as of right now. Windham, Connecticut will get hit with rain. Also, helpful info to know, ECSU is delaying move-in day to Tuesday. So that's good. That's really good. Of course. Um, let's take a look at the wind field again from Henri. Just to kill a little bit of time, show you all as to what all is going to be happening. Yeah, no update from that yet. So let's take a look at the wind field here. Looking at the winds just above the surface, about 2,000 feet above the surface here, you can see across the board that there's expected to be some pretty intense winds here. Which, by the way, if you want to pay attention to the time, it'd be at the top left-hand part of your screen, because I do live on the east, not exactly on the East Coast, but I live in the Eastern time zone. So luckily, people don't need to translate for that as well. Also, at the bottom right-hand part of your screen, the max right there, that's the maximum winds within that portion of the environment. And so what this could basically help me determine is the maximum wind gusts within these within the storm right here. And so as this approaches, you know, Long Island, New England, look at this. The maximum wind in some of these areas actually get an upwards of 90 miles per hour right here. 90 mile per hour wind gust is possible, which is high in Category 1 status. And that continues to be pretty widespread, even with some of these brown areas indicated in the brown right here. 50 mile per hour winds that could be anticipated within some of those areas as gusts, maybe even higher in some areas as well. And then the red field that expands all the way around that as well is 40 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts within that general vicinity. And even if we go to the surface here, you can see how the major difference here is that once you're over land, the winds actually start to decrease a bit, unless if you're near areas like Long Island to where you don't have a whole lot of land interaction as well. And even along Long Island, you still have some areas, some damaging winds sustained, could be in upwards of 50 miles per hour, maybe even higher, up to 60 miles per hour. And that's pretty concerning as well. And so, you know, going back to the upper air wind here at 925 millibars, this expansive wind field will continue to move on through, and even areas near New York is expected to, well, New York City is expected to have damaging wind gusts, most likely in upwards of 30 to 40, maybe even 45 miles per hour, with sustained winds a little bit less than that, just a teeny bit. And so damage to trees, because of how saturated the ground is probable. And you could potentially even have some downed trees, maybe even power lines causing power outages as well. And of course, the storm surge is going to be an issue because of how the Long Island Sound does channel most of the wind, and it'll push all those waves further and further closer to New York City. So that'll be something concerning as well. Can I check on West Haven, Connecticut for the wind forecast? I sure can. So the surface wind here for West Haven, which would be somewhere about here, somewhere within that general vicinity. If this gets closer and closer towards the coast, you can see how the damaging winds within the time period of 11 a.m. are actually about the 20 to 30 mile per hour sustained general vicinity. And it's supposed to stay like that, actually, for the majority of time as this continues to get closer and closer, even with some areas over land that is expected to get that high as well. So you're most likely going to see sustained winds of 20 to 30, maybe even 40 miles per hour at the surface for an absorbent period of time, probably throughout the entire day until the late evening. Actually, you might even see more than that once you get into the late evening, into the overnight hours. So that'll be something to watch out for. And then another thing, too, is that storm surge is also possible here along the eastern portions of Massachusetts, especially near the Boston Harbor areas where there could potentially be some heavier amounts of storm surge, and that could leak into some of the tunnels over there that they have, causing some localized flooding. So really something to watch out for as this continues to progress. Excuse me. Just catching up on the chat and the video stream and saw that they said Connecticut is fine and Henri is totally missing it. Not exactly. So Connecticut, it depends upon where you live in Connecticut. If you live further east, then you're most likely going to get impacted. If you live further west or even inland in the northwestern portions of Connecticut, probably not going to get impacted by the damaging winds and more so the flash flooding. When will the worst of the wind hit West Haven, Connecticut? Let's go back over to the model here. And most likely the worst part of the system would have to be it's actually kind of hard to say because all of it's about the same. All of it is really about the same. I would have to say, in my honest opinion, probably about 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern. I'd have to say right around that time frame. So definitely a lot of impacts expected with that, as well as obviously the storm surge and the localized flooding from all of the rain. It's a nice lightning shot. Has the storm surge risk increased? Well, not at the moment. I think it's about the same as I was talking about earlier, especially with areas along the Long Island Sound. Definitely think that they could potentially see some higher amounts. But I don't think the storm surge risk has really increased all too much if it had done so. All right, let's take a look at the 3D imagery of the system again. And of course, this is the infrared satellite imagery. So the darker the colors, the higher and higher the thunderstorms actually are. And the higher the thunderstorms are, the stronger they typically get. So, I mean, we can typically see here, based off of 3D, that we got some pretty strong thunderstorms indicated in some of the red, even in the darker reds that show up every now and then. So pretty strong to say the least. And then, of course, if we go actually back to that, you can see the cone of uncertainty and how it takes it very close to Long Island. Of course, East Hampton and Montauk is going to get impacted 100% of the time. And then, areas near Block Island as well. I definitely think Block Island will most likely be the one that's the most heavily impacted by the storm. Right next to Montauk, I definitely think that and Block Island will probably be the ones that will be the most impacted by the damaging winds and storm surge. D. Hayford, hello, hello. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the live stream. How are you? Nice to see you again. So as I said, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when I will live stream. And I will be live streaming throughout practically the entire day. From then all the way until Landfall, maybe even a little bit past Landfall, to show you guys what's happening along inside Long Island, along the coast, inland, all sorts of areas. So I will be giving you guys so much information, as much as I possibly can. So if you guys do want, consistent information, feel free to come back to the channel, subscribe and turn on notifications if you want to stay tuned to that live stream. Because, the live stream isn't up right now. Although after this live stream, then I will be able to post a separate one. But I'll be putting up all sorts of information, as I mentioned, for you all from then onwards. It'll be radar, satellite, Hurricane Hunter, live webcam with people on the ground, all sorts of analysis there for you live. So please be sure, if you haven't turned on the notification bell already, please be sure to do so. Is the storm still going to stall for 36 hours? It's supposed to actually move a little bit slower and not exactly stall for 36 hours, but just from reference here, this is the time period of 12 hours from right here. So let's actually mark on the side here. So the time period, this is 12 hours right here, and then this is 24 hours, and then this is 36 hours. So it's not exactly expected to stall as much as it once was, but it's supposed to slow down significantly. So that's going to cause some very localized rainfall amounts that could cause some significant flooding as well. Will this be the first Rhode Island landfall ever? I have honestly no clue. Honestly have no idea. I'd have to do some research on that, but that would be pretty cool if it was. Alright, the hurricane hunters are continuing to get closer and closer to the center. Look at this. Very close to the center area of low pressure right here. The eye most likely would have to be somewhere right about here, and they're going right through it. So, let's refresh that data. Goes east, mesoscale, and let's turn that back on. Is there a chance that the storm will hit the Atlantic provinces? I do believe that it will, honestly. I do believe that it will impact areas of the Atlantic provinces. I think it's actually more of a likelihood. So I would watch out for this as this continues to move on through. But the thing about it is once it does move towards the Atlantic provinces, it actually will be a lot weaker. It will actually be more or less either a tropical depression or a post-tropical storm that'll create a huge wind risk, more or less, for areas of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, stuff like that. So, good question, though. Good question. So you can see right here on the map all the hurricane warnings, the tropical storm warnings, and the storm surge warnings. Hurricane warnings indicated in the dark red polygons right in here. You also have some others that are extended. The bright pink boxes are storm surge warnings within some of these areas. And then, of course, the bright blue boxes are tropical storm warnings. So you can see how expansive this actually is. Any chance that this will be worse than Sandy? I highly doubt it. I have a high confidence that Sandy will be worse than this system. However, the Northeast isn't exactly well equipped for tropical systems, as people may know. They have nor'easters that move on through here and they get flooding all the time. So with a tropical system that is stronger than typical nor'easters, there will be most likely more localized flooding, more widespread life-threatening flooding, I should say, from storm surge and rain that will be expected, as well as a lot of power outages. So all sorts of information here. And all sorts of uncertainty and intensity from the system as well. .988 pressure. Yeah, 988. So yeah, the next pass here, we should be getting our information as to what's happening in the southeastern quadrant. And then, of course, we'll be heading out for tonight. And, of course, as I mentioned, tomorrow morning, live stream. Let's not forget, once the storm is inland and slows, you'll have a significant aerial flooding event along the main coast. That is kind of true. The only thing about that, though, is that by the time it gets up there, it actually loses a lot of its thunderstorm characteristics, which is the reason why the National Hurricane Center thinks it's going to be post-tropical. But there definitely could be some localized flooding within some of those areas. 100%. Oh yeah, here's a good perspective here too on storm surge. Look at this. Here's a good perspective on storm surge as well. So areas here, according to National Weather Service Boston, Narragansett Bay and Buzzards Bay should expect 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, which is pretty significant. Now, according to the National Hurricane Center, they think 3 to 5 feet. But here's a good indication of 3 to 6 feet and 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. Look at the perspective here. Look at this. 0 to 3 feet definitely is taller than most toddlers. 3 to 6 feet is taller than most people. And so if you're expecting to get 3 to 6 feet of storm surge, on top of rain and stuff like that, that is going to get pretty significant. Flood event being caused by the wind and the onshore flow. And that's kind of true too. The storm surge aspect of it definitely is there. But as I said, you know, it's the same thing about the intensity as it continues to move on through. Onshore flow is not exactly going to be the strongest. Sorry for blinding everyone. I'll show you guys the HWRF model here real quickly. Notice how the HWRF model favors a lot of showers and thunderstorms here on the western side of the system. And I'm actually kind of curious here as to why it thinks that. And that's actually because there's a bit of dry air that is on the actual eastern side. Not a whole lot of dry air, but there is some dry air that's on the eastern side of the system, prohibiting a lot of showers and thunderstorms to form on that side. But, you know, in contrast to the western side, where you can see significant amounts of moisture within that area. And as that continues to move further and further north, you can see that dry air start to envelop the system a bit more and cause not a whole lot of onshore flow. So, I mean, you'll still have storm surge, but the showers and thunderstorms most likely will deplete on the eastern side. However, the western side, you can see how much moisture is here. I mean, look at this. Good God. That's a big time flooding risk right there, 100%. So this is definitely something to watch out for. Look at the IR satellite imagery. Last frames of it. Is the storm wobbling west at the moment? Let's take a look at the defined infrared satellite imagery here. We're gonna, usually I would have looked at radar scope, radar omega, I should say, but we're gonna actually take a look at the infrared satellite imagery here from Tropical Tidbits. And it looks like it's starting to develop a lot more convection on the southwestern side here. So you had a lot of your rotation that was right about here, and then you had a lot of showers and thunderstorms that are starting to kind of congeal around it. So I guess it's not exactly kind of wobbling too much. It did wobble a little bit to the west more. So we could potentially be talking about maybe a little bit more of a westward track. Somewhere in between Block Island and Long Island could be possible. I'd say Block Island is still probably ground zero. But somewhere there, within the center of all of this mass, is the center of Hurricane Henri. And we're definitely going to have to watch out. What the heck did the hurricane hunters do? What is this? What? Why? It went into the southwestern quadrant. What are these winds? What are these winds then? Why did they do this? They're not super significant at both the surface and at flight level. So why did they do that? Why couldn't they have just went to the southeastern quadrant like they were supposed to? Unless if they're heading home. If they're heading home, then that's understandable, but... Come on. Come on. Got to scan all quadrants. You see, here's the thing. With the aircraft reconnaissance, all right, their typical patterns are across, and then, of course, they parallel, whether it's vertical or horizontal, and then they go across again. All right, that's how that typically works. This one did a full right angle and then went back through the southwestern quadrant. Whereas and this is the Air Force pattern. The NOAA pattern, if we go over here to their past missions, you can see their patterns are a little bit different. So what they typically do here is they go through the system and then they kind of make these little triangles. And you can see how that kind of works for them. Of course, they went a little bit too far northeast on that one, but yeah, they kind of just make these little triangles. So eventually it ends up kind of looking like a nuclear waste symbol. So it's like this, 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 that, and then boom. So kind of like that. That's what the National Hurricane Center's pathway is typically like. Maybe to evaluate the storm surge a little bit more. Yeah, I definitely can. So let's actually take a look and see if they've updated the interactive map at all. If they have done that, then we'll have a little bit more information as to what areas could potentially be seeing some significant storm surge. Still expecting to see quite a bit of storm surge here along LaGuardia. The storm surge for LaGuardia has went down just a smidge, though. It was about 6 feet above ground level. Now it's a little bit around 3 feet, with some areas around that as well. And that's mainly because of the trend that has moved a bit further to the east. So that's the good news with that. Areas along the barrier islands here, especially near Long Island and East Hampton all the way to Montauk. Storm surge expected to be 3 feet above ground level, so that's pretty interesting there. Here along Block Island, a lot more storm surge expected over there. And then here along Martha's Vineyard, a lot more storm surge expected there as well. And then the big thing here, too, is that take a look at areas here near Cape Cod. This is with the intertidal layer, too. So this contains a bit more of sea life as well, and swampland. But you can see that there's definitely some areas that definitely could be seeing some higher amounts of storm surge. And let's take a look here. Let's go over to... Oh, look at that. Yeah, there's expected to be a lot of storm surge here along areas of Rhode Island. And it's not even supposed to be on the front part. It's supposed to be on the back part of the barrier islands. A lot of storm surge surging there. So that is interesting. That is really interesting. Let's take a look over at Bridgeport. And there is expected to be some storm surge here too. Heavier amounts, still pretty widespread for the most part. So that's anticipated. And then even here near New Haven, expected to be a plethora amount of storm surge as well. You can see a lot of sporadic yellows and blues. So flooding will most likely be a risk here. And look at this too. Near the Peconic Bay, there's even some localized areas of storm surge as well. Mainly across the board here, you can see a lot of these yellows too. So when is landfall expected? Landfall is expected sometime in between 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time and 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Now, I will be live streaming at 7 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow morning, which if you want to stay up to date with your notifications as to when that actually will happen, please hit the notification bell if you've subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, please be sure to do so, and then hit that notification bell. That way, you guys can stay up to date with all the latest information, especially if there's flash flood warnings, evacuations, tornado warnings, any sort of stuff that may get issued. We'll have live cameras, we'll have live radar, live satellite, live hurricane hunters, even a person who actually is going to be there to potentially be impacted. We'll have all sorts of stuff like that for you all for tomorrow's live stream. And we will be live streaming all day, all the way throughout, all the way until the landfall of the system. So if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that notification bell. So I'm going to take a look one more time at the track here. And yeah, it does seem to be relatively interesting here, to say the least. But it is what it is. All right, well, as I said, I will be going live tomorrow. So if you haven't already, please stay tuned to that. Right after the live stream, I will be scheduling a stream. All right, I will be scheduling a stream. So if some of you are going to be staying up a little bit later on this evening, all right, say, you can't sleep or whatever, which is most likely going to be me. Then I believe if you look at your recommendation page right on YouTube, you most likely could see my live stream there that could get recommended to you. All you have to do is click on it, and then it'll say this live stream will start in however long, and then turn on notifications for stuff like that. So I would really appreciate it if you guys tuned into the live stream tomorrow. I told you all the reasons as to why you should potentially do so. The one thing I also have to add as well is that if you know anyone who lives in these areas, I would, not just for me, but for them too, I would share my channel with them. And the reason being is because if there are power outages within these general areas, then they most likely will not have cable and they'll turn to the internet for their information. Whether that internet source is Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube, that's up to their discretion. But most of them will most likely head to YouTube, and that's the reason why, me live streaming tomorrow is going to be so crucial, because they'll know who to go to for their analysis. I'm not sure if anyone else is going to be live streaming tomorrow, but just know that I will be live streaming. And so by sharing my live stream or sharing my channel out to them, they will be able to know the information that's coming from Henri. And things can flip a switch any second of the day with tropical systems. So all the more reason as to why you should get the information out, whether you share my channel or not. All right, that's going to be it for me, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy the video or the live stream, please be sure to leave a like, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Peace out, everyone. Have a good evening.